I have the need in FortressCraft, Phoenix and other games to draw a lot of things very quickly, as says the title of this video. However, the technology I've got in FortressCraft is quite old, but it's quite good. The technology I used in Nomancer was better, and the technology used in Subcity was even better still. So what I'm going to be doing is looking at a few different ways of rendering a lot of things, doing some profiling, and seeing how it stands out. Now, as ever, this is not scheduled. I don't have a plan. I don't have a script. I've got a 3D printer warming up. I have a kitten laying all over my function keys. I have a cup of coffee, and I invite you to sort of come with me on this sort of journey of how can I render stuff. Now, if someone asks me what this stream is about, I'm just going to tell them to go back to the beginning. So that should hopefully cover what this stream is, so I don't have to repeat myself 300 times today. So, part of what I'll be doing is looking at a few sort of options of rendering stuff. So the first couple of requirements, first of all, and this is the one that means that it's a pain in the ass in Unity, I will not be able to use... I will have to use threading. So that means I can't use Unity's built-in rendering system at all, or I will need absolutely some sort of interface. It's not an option. I absolutely refuse to run stuff on the Unity thread because it slows it down. Unity is absolutely appalling at multi-threading, and I don't mean it's like bad at it. I mean it just doesn't. It just throws an error going, don't multi-thread stuff, because I don't know why. But the first thing I think I will want is something to draw. That'll do. Now, one of the things I am potentially going to be looking at is, oh man, at least give me an arcade. Space Harrier arcade sheet. Come on, give me this arcade ones. Oh man, of course no one's ripped that. It surprises me, the entire concept of rip sprite sheets, because you see them and then you see people writing in letters going, do not distribute this without crediting me. It's like, dude, you just ripped off someone's sprites. You shouldn't be asking for credit at all. You should be going, don't mention my name in conjunction with this piracy whatsoever. Oh, that's a shame. I was hoping for a nice sprite sheet. Let me just have the magic word sprite sheet, see if I get anything. And no, sadly not. Oh, wait, I have no idea what that even is. That'll do. And I'll just quickly edit a sprite out. So I'm hoping to look at rendering from sheets, you see. So sheets allow me to render more stuff with less texture switches. Those aren't really... Okay, we'll do these little robots. Good. I guess that one's the least horrible. Now, the advantage of using texture sheets is that I don't have to worry about powers of 2. The disadvantage of texture sheets is I have to worry about a lot of other things. That'll do. Oh yeah. Shoot, I should probably thought about transparency, didn't I? I'm just going to check the printer's not going to destroy itself. It's looking all right. We'll come back to that in about 5 hours. So I am still doing time lapses of. Well, I've now started before since the last time. I'm now doing time lapses of stuff, so that's cool. Annoyingly, I do not have on this computer a way of editing tough files properly. So I've got 2 PCs hooked up via mouse out borders. So what I'll just do is I'll grab onto the computer and I'll add transparency because you have to. That's the other thing. There's also stuff like rendering mode. So today's going to be a bit of a technology day. I absolutely need to revamp my instance rendering system because it is really quite old. It was good. I mean, it still is good, but it doesn't support things like GPU frame culling and stuff. So it's a little bit antiquated. And I would like to. One of the things FortressCraft does very well is rendering a lot of things, and I'd like to render even more things. Committed. Not sure if I'll actually get it all done today. Like, I've no idea, but I need to do this. So I want to move towards, in FortressCraft, as much as possible, rendering stuff without game objects. Because that's important. I can just see a naughty cat just behind the printer there. I tried to keep the files installed on this computer that I don't need as some programs a bit of a minimum, hence why I don't have like art packages on here, because I don't want them, I don't need them. I've not set them on. While I'm here though, I'll quickly slap transparency on the other image. What I really wanted was the rocks, but robots will do. There's sometimes you can go health level and you can just implement new stuff. Sometimes you just need to have, but you need a, it's like a house of cards. Sometimes the thing I want to implement is higher up the list than I want to. And right now I need to send quite low down. Right, so now we've got a transparent robot. Now I've got a GPU instancer, so that's cool. But mostly what we're going to want is we're going to want a quad. Badoink. Now I don't want to use sprites. Sprites will kind of do it, but oh yeah, let me put a inspect window, not inspect a window. Yeah, there we go. So this is a brand new project, and I've just added a folder, and it's taken 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 seconds to rename a folder on a brand new project. Okay, images. And ta-da! We have a robot. Hooray! Aspect ratio is wrong. So today is not about anything pretty. So you're expecting to have something pretty. Yeah, going to see it today. You might see a lot of programmer art, and if that's your idea of beauty or pretty, then you just stay along. Hey Andy, how's it going, man? I'm printing a knee, and I'm crossing fingers that the bed adhesion takes. I cleaned it, so it should do. I'll also very quickly do a... So what I'm doing in my mind is edit with there we go, resize to things are okay. I've been really ill. I've been horrendously ill for several days now, but I'm struggling. I am better now. Well, I have a different kind of ill. I just have sort of that sort of lingering sort of which is rubbish, because of course tomorrow I have a get up very early and do exciting things, because tomorrow it is my birthday, which I sigh at, which I shouldn't. But right now I don't want to have a birthday. I want to go to bed and stay in bed. But sadly, A, I need to go to work, and B, I have stuff booked. I know, hashtag first world problems. The reason I make it look like Space Harrier is Space Harrier is one of my favourite games, and quite importantly, what I have in mind will probably look quite a lot like this. Because I need to draw a lot of things. Well, I hope I'm well enough to go to the arc. Oh, well, I mean, by Sunday, I reckon I'll be fine. I'm a bit more worried about feeling arse tomorrow, because I've booked, I've paid for it, I kind of have to go. I can cancel, but then I don't get any money back. Create material ground, and we'll do another quad. So basically I'm going to start with game objects, which will be slow. I'm sure they will be slow. And then going to start with game objects with instance rendering and see how that goes. I'm then going to move to the FortressCraft evolve system, measure that. I'm then going to move to indirect objects and then GPU code indirect objects. It's something seriously up with Unity. Like, I've just changed the point mode on one object and it just takes 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 seconds. How's it doing? Hey, there we go. Hashtag ship it. And hopefully then if I also switch to cutout, yeah, look at that. And point, just because perfect. Not perfect, but it will do. Okay, so I am going to want a game manager, but not spelled like that. So I did some of this stuff in Subcity, which Subcity is on Park, but it's basically waiting on Andy, who has a lot on his plate anyway. But mostly with Subcity, I reckon it's in a good state, but what it most needs now is to look loads better. And that, unfortunately, is down to him. Oh, for heaven's sake, Unity, why are you so slow? And we'll just call this Spawn Manager. And we'll also call this map threaded. Now, for those of you who don't program, here's a cool trick. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to go and find somewhere I've written basically what I want already and copy it. Should be loads of it in Fluid Defense. So basically all I want is a basic thread wrapper. Probably helpful into the right folder, doesn't it? Right, hold on, maybe that might actually be correct. Let's look. Did I really not? Okay. As you happen to be following Subcity, you might be amused to know it's actually called Rocket Science 2. Where did I put it? Dang it, one of these things definitely does. I mean, that'll do. It's huge. Oh, fine, whatever. I'll, actually, I'm not sure it does. Not sure if that does either. Actually, the server thread will. Right, so all I'm going to do is I'm going to create a threaded class that just simply, well, it will do nothing, but what it will do is it will simply try and generate objects. And then what we'll do is we'll set it up to generate 1 million objects, and we'll see how slow it goes. And then go from there. I really wish that Unity did this. Like, there's no way I feel that after how long I've been using Unity, a decade, I still have to write entirely my own thread wrapper integration. Just they've never done it, and it's bizarre. I should also double check my timing because a thread equals 5. So we kick the thread once per frame, but that's just in case it goes to sleep and then doesn't wake up. So we kind of check if it's got any work to do once per frame. Okay, that's fine. An internal update. Somewhere I should probably save this as like blank threading class. We also do set the name, don't we? Instead of saying server thread, we should say mthread.name started with. That makes more sense. There's also every possibility, by the way, that I will just feel more and more ill during the day, and I'm going to bed. I will keep you posted. I'm feeling reasonable, and I'm fully aware there are a bunch of painkillers downstairs. But usually, I take painkillers and I go to bed, and hopefully I wake up less ill. And then the tick just does whatever. Should be simple as that. Cool, there we go. See, I like that. I've just written an entire threaded map system. An entire threaded do-nothing system. What I'm trying to find out right now, well, I'm not trying to find out anything, Eddie. What I'm trying to do is write a system to generate a lot of objects quickly. That's quicker than the one I already have. So I have one, and it does work, and all that, but I want to write a better one. And I'll just check that does actually, it's not, it is actually ticking. And we'll also add the game manager. Okay, so application.target frame rate equals, I think it's -1 for unlimited. Oh, the default rate. Wait, sorry. The default frame rate is the maximum achievable frame rate. Right. And then, right, oh brilliant. This is Unity's documentation for you. The target is the default target frame rate is a special value -1, which indicates the game should render at the platform's default frame rate. The default rate depends on the platform. On standalone platforms, the default frame rate is the maximum achievable frame rate. Ooh, that sounds good. Oh, hold on, guys. There's an example down here. Application.target frame rate equals 300. Comment, make the game run as fast as possible. Didn't you just say I should put in -1 for that? Now, I've got to pass in 300. I love this. This is one of the problems I have with FortressCraft, of people setting the target frame rate really high and then complaining. Setting target frame rate does not guarantee the frame rate will be achieved. Well, no shit. I've had people try and set the target frame rate in FortressCraft to 1,000 and then complain to me that it's not running at 1,000 frames a second. I'm like, well, how did you expect that? Well, they are. They were complaining it's not running at 1,000 frames per second and they couldn't see very far. Why does my car explode when I drive it too fast for too long? Well, I'm going to set that to int.max. Actually, let's set it to 1,000,000. And application.v, what's it, quality settings equals 0. So that should run at the frames per second. And now, which script in this game did that really nice? I think it was this one. Really nice. I don't know. Let's search. Find what? On GUI. Find where? There. It also boggles my mind that UE doesn't... UE? Doesn't have things like a frame rate counter bit in. I have to write my own one every time. It just again, blows my mind this sort of really basic stuff isn't there. Yay! Like every time I've got to go and find my FPS script that I wrote. Usually isn't very hard, but like it's just dumb that I should have to worry about writing a script. Because Unity knows the frame, right? It has to, because it's got a function built in that fundamentally says are you running at the target frame rate? So it knows, and it's stupid as hell. I think that's the one. Hey, more bets. back. Honestly, I think I'll just take... Now, hold on. Not from here. What was the last... I always try and update the useful folder. No, not that one. Though... Let's pop that one across. I always try and tidy it up every time I push it into something new. Sometimes I succeed, sometimes I do not. For instance, it should compile with no errors, despite having just slapped in like 10,000 files or something. 3 errors, that's not bad. I'm just going to do that, which will probably work. Okay, FPS. Oh. Okay. I took across everything apart from the FPS counter, apparently. Alright. Oh, whoops. No, not that one. The FPS counter from X and A. That's not gonna work. Damn it, where I've got a bog standard script that does nothing but measure the FPS, and I can't remember for the life of me where I've put it. I can't remember what it's called either, which don't really help. Let's look at that one. That looks like it's actually part of the GPU instancing they'll be moving to in a few hours. So let's take that one and just bastardize it a little bit. Okay, so we'll yank it out of there. And then make that static. And then we should be able to just get at it via... Oh. FPS. Right, with a bit of luck then, it should tell me how many frames per second. 158, 188, 190. Nowhere near as many as I was expecting. Tree is Andy. Now, genuinely surprised that my frame rate isn't more like 1,000. Oh, it's taking 5 milliseconds to update the editor. So if I were to run this, of course, if I make a build, so I have a few other bits of tech to do for FortressCraft. I'm going to do the new landscape renderer, I'm going to do the new map renderer, I'm going to do the new hollow base renderer. Lots and lots of stuff needs to be done. But this one's important because we've got a lot of stuff in FortressCraft where I just want to render more, and we've been talking about a plan with, the builder bots. There we go. Now if I run it outside of Unity, we're getting about 1,000 frames a second, which is much more what I would expect. That won't matter. The moment I actually start throwing load at it, the editor will start to match up very quickly. Okay, so threaded dot. Okay, so we are ticking. Now, this is the bit where it's a little bit more tricky. So now I need to pass back from that thread once a tick to a system that can't work on a thread to do something on a thread. A little bit more tricky. So okay, so I'm going to need a. Now, where was I using the concurrent queues? I can't remember if they are in FortressCraft. I can't remember if they are part of FortressCraft or part of C#. They are not part of C#. We wrote them. So I've got concurrent queue. Now, does that need anything? So concurrent queue is a thread-safe way of... oh, actually, it really wants some stuff. Is it just stuff in here? It wants... Oh, wait, hold on, what? Come on, Unity. Ah, right, now that never actually worked. Quite importantly. In C#, it is mind-bogglingly difficult to find out how big something is. And you think it'd be the simplest thing. How big is this class? And it goes, yeah, nah. And he has to do this weird stuff with marshalling and all sorts of stuff. None of which I ever got to work. Oh, we already have concurrent queue. Do we? Then let me just... Well, so we do. So, what we'll have, we'll need a spawn, spawn request, I guess we'll call it. Now, this marshalling of data is where it starts to become a pain. Do not modify behavior. So all we've got is a public vector3, pos, and all we've got is a robot. Now this starts where I need to start to say would start a lot. This is where I need to start thinking about the storage of the data. So the current FortressCraft system is a bit of a pain to add and remove stuff, and I'd like to make that easier. Nomancer has a very simple way of adding and remove stuff, except the instance things. So I'm gonna see what I can do. So we want a public concurrent queue spawn request. MA, not there. Right. Size. I always take a guess at the size. 4, 8, 12, 16 bytes. Now, because that's a concurrent queue, I should just be able to shove stuff at it. All I have to do is say if ma threaded request.count is greater than 0, spawn request, now rec ma threaded request.dq. Now, what we'll do is we'll do a try DQ because we don't care. So if we can't get it, don't matter. So let's do this, say, if not 4. This will limit us to 1 spawn per frame, which is probably not going to be enough. I seem to recall the old GPU system was fairly... It didn't mind lots of requests 1 frame. Like 1,000 requests 1 frame took about as much as 1 request 1 things. Okay, so this is now on the Unity thread, and all of this marshalling is such a pain in the ass. Now, for the moment, we're all right. We've only got 1 game object, so we can just do that. And that means I should be able to I can try some different rendering techniques and see what I get. All I have to do is say game object. L equals game object instantiate of a robot. I'm also going to grab a drink, so I'm out. So you look at the robot, and when we get back, we should hopefully have a whole bunch more robots. I am back. Did I miss anything? No. L_transcend position equals LREC.pause, LObject.setActive true. Now, With a bit of luck, without much work, on each... Cat being naughty behind me. With a bit of luck, on each tick, I should be able to spawn a robot. That's what the floor of the robot is. Okay. Should be able to just spawn a thing, but this is a lot more difficult than you think. So what's happening now is that this is on a different thread. Now Unity absolutely does not allow you to do what I'm about to do. There is no way of doing it. Kitty. Okay, so vector 3. Okay, we just do spawn request lrec equals to spawn request lrec.type equals robot pos.x equals mran. So for instance, I can't use the Unity random number generator. Oh yeah, I hate Unity's. I hate the default ones. We've got 2 ints, a random double. So what I have to do is I have to do that, then multiply it by the range, and then subtract half the range. Because I don't know why. You can't get a, or what I usually do is I usually generate it at 10 times the range. So we run next minus 320, cover 320, and then divide that by 10. And then spawn manager dot instance dot ma threaded requests dot enqueue. Alright, Brian, I'm writing technology. I'm not sure, I haven't caught up with the Nomancer stuff. I'm not sure I'm going to manage today. We might have to push the whole thing till Monday. It is my birthday weekend, which is going to be awkward at the best of times. I will let you know. This week has not gone according to plan in the slightest. Should probably close Nomancer. I think I'm running it in the background. But yeah, I haven't actually. I haven't caught up in the chat. I'm not sure what Todd's done on Nomancer. We'll see. The variable robot has not been assigned. It has not. Now, one of the places that the FortressCraft spawning system that was like this fell over, it's quite one I'd like to address, is it was very, very good at creating objects, placing objects, and rendering objects. It was very bad at moving them. Again, one object moving was as expensive as like 1,000 objects moving. Hey, there we go. Now what we'll do is we will mouse break. And we'll do a public static int num spawn. And we'll also do it so on this system we'll cap it out. So if spawn manager dot num spawn is greater than 10,000, well, and then we'll spawn them. So we'll cap it at 10,000. I'm going to go to 1,000,000 and just see how it goes, because you get people going, when I render 10 objects, it's 1,000 frames a second, but when I render 15, it's only, I think, you have to do a lot to measure stuff. If I'm just doing a few objects, there's simply not enough. Not enough meat to measure. It's like measuring the fuel efficiency of a car by driving it 6 feet. No, I haven't actually. It's exactly the same. I haven't. I've just been busy. Whoa. Now, one thing I probably want to also think about doing is face me stuff, but that can come later on. So we're now rendering. I don't know how you're rendering. Let's see. Now, I think I'm streaming at 60, which should help. So you can see how smooth it runs. Now, this is the other thing. Right now, that looks great. Now, if you've ever done a Kickstarter and you've gone, hey, we've got this great idea. Hey, look, blah, blah, blah. And I can do a prototype like this. It's fine. But I'm not doing anything else. I'm just rendering these 10,000 objects. Now, this is 10,000 game objects. So rendering 1,000, the frame rate's the same, but let's make a build. So as you know, we were getting about 1,100 frames per second. Yes, hello cat. Let's see what we're getting. In the real world. So we've gone from 1,000 frames per second to 100. So this is, I'm now running, I'm running a lot of objects, don't get me wrong, but it's 10,000 times slower than what we were rendering. That's acceptable, that's fine. That's what I would expect. But I'm going to try one thing and see what difference it makes. I've just flipped on instance rendering. So now using instance rendering, and I've gained 30, 40 frames a second. That's not as many as I was expecting. That's interesting. Now, let's look at the profiler. So I'm going to hazard a guess, and it's just a guess, and we'll find out, but this is going to be primarily game object overhead. Let's have a look. So we're now so now the thing is, the editor is apparently spending a whole bunch of time doing stuff. That's fine. But yeah, camera render is now 9 milliseconds. Interesting. So if I leave that there and I get a few grabs with the instancing off and see what we get. It might be. Now, if I were Unity, I'd have quietly switched on instancing and just not told anyone, because it's always better. So, instancing on and instancing off. Surprisingly small amount of difference. Although the drawing there is 6 milliseconds, drawing there is 7. I suspect if the GPU was being pushed harder, which we will, then I suspect we would see a greater jump. How to push the GPU harder? Let's spawn more of them. Where's it gone? So we'll spawn 100,000, and I'm also gonna make the floor a bit bigger. Not for any reason, because it doesn't do anything, but it makes me feel better. Thank you, more bets. I modelled my own cover for it. I've got so many bits to do on the printer, and I spend like a day of not printing stuff. Oh, now we're getting some frame drop. Now we can see where the frame will... But this is the kind of the numbers I want to push. It's this sort of... things. Let's see what's taking so long. I mean, drawing. This is where Unity becomes completely useless. Drawing takes a long time. Oh dear, let's investigate that. Well, primarily, I'm waiting for the batch render to flush. Brilliant. What does this possibly tell me? Nothing. Let's go to... Now, same thing, but with GPU instancing on. So now I'm hammering the GPU hard, but I have 100,000 game objects. Hold on, we need to spawn more per frame. So we're running at 20 frames a second. Again, no particular difference there. We're spending 32 milliseconds rendering. Not very much is going to come out of that. Let's spawn. Spawn them all in one go. I probably also need to despawn more than we are. Oh. So it is going to hurt during spawn, and that's something I need to think about. I might have a... Are we spawning 1 million? That seems like too many. That's like Unity will not support 1 million game objects. It just won't. It should probably be us that counts that, to be honest. Int num queued. If num queued is less than whatever our max is. Otherwise, we're queuing up more than we're dequeuing, and as the frame rate drops, we're dequeuing 1,000 per frame. So that's 100,000. If I make the camera go a bit faster, you can see the frame rate's really not very good, though. It's not bad. But as I'm rendering less, so I can tell now, as the frame rate's going up, it's rendering that's causing the issue. Now, it's very, very hard to actually properly profile Unity any further, because Unity is as dumb as all shit, as we are probably all aware by this point. I would like to know really whether or not this is the cull, whether or not this is the fill rate. You know, I would genuinely like to know what is causing this for Unity. You know, what is the fundamental issue? What could I address? For example, if it's fill rate bound, I could probably address this primarily by having a better, well, I say a better shader, a cheaper shader. That would probably speed things up quite a lot. Let's not try and render the whole scene 3 times there. But right now I have, and I'm not joking, 1 million objects in the game scene. No, 100,000. I want to spread them out that way. Now, the good thing about that all being on a thread is I can easily put complicated logic there. So this is for stuff like, currently, stuff like, no, wrong way, grass more than anything else. But I'd also like this system to be modular and robust enough to also deal with the mobs and Falcors and stuff like that. Because this rendering system is gone a lot faster. Well, I mean, there's no such thing as Unity being the bottleneck. It will always be either Unity or, I mean, how can I put it? It can't be Unity that's the bottleneck. Unity being the bottleneck just means CPU. I doubt my GPU is at 100% utilization, but it's very hard to... So, how can I put this? You can't use your GPU to 100% utilization because there's no such thing. Your GPU is made up of compute units, it's made up of tensor units, it's made up of fill rate units and transform units. It's a bit more complicated than just going usage. Now that's not bad, but I want, my goal is, well, it was 1 million, but 100,000 might not be a bad goal. My goal is basically that, but about 10 times faster. But as you can see, the frame rate is a big pile of so a few things to sort of try before we start going Shadows make no difference at all. Interesting. Just trying to think where to go from here, because okay, so I have a reasonably good framework that I might try and improve. So the framework itself munges together FortressCraft's GPU instance rendering with a full indirect renderer. Now, an indirect renderer means that right now, every single frame, I take 100,000 objects separately and shove them up to the GPU separately. It is about as inefficient as it could possibly be. It's just horrific. Unless I'm curious, so let's turn off some. Let's turn off reflections. No. No. I wonder if I do unlit. Nope. Surprising. Unlit makes no difference. So I don't think it's my GPU that's the limit here. So I've just gone from a cheap shader, sorry, from expensive shader to a cheap shader. Make no difference to the frame rate. It's still 10. I think that's what I'll do. So I will take the Sub-City renderer. So the Sub-City renderer is an improvement on the FortressCraft renderer. And I will vaguely wonder where I put these files. I think there might actually been some just instance now. Shaders, instant now. It's around here somewhere. Or did I put them in the GPU instance here, which I was kind of hoping I didn't. I did. That's all right. So what I want is I want to bring this across, then immediately update it to the latest GPU instance there. See what I can't squeeze out of it. Sorry, what? I don't know what Uni's doing there. Hello? What? Where's the local cache? I don't know what it's talking about. Let's just ignore it. Windows Task Manager doesn't how can I describe this? It's a bit like describing. It's a bit like asking if you are utilizing your car. If you accelerate your car 100%, are you utilizing it fully? Are you only utilizing it fully if you're accelerating 100% and the boot is full, the trunk is full, and there are 3 passengers in it? Is that utilizing a car fully? It's just a non-statement. The GPU instance I bought was really doesn't mean any of these. I really wish the asset store didn't stop trying to sell me stuff. I just want my. Is it that there? Yeah. Beep 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 beep. Alright, so we're going to import and update that. Why is this deciding none of this should be updated? I guess we will update. Why is... Oh, is it saying no, not because it's the same? Okay, there's almost nothing has changed. Apart from that, so there is a change. So let me commit that so I can then diff it afterwards. You don't use source control? Use source control. Come on, quite a bit faster. This is what I mean about wishing I had a faster computer, faster internet. I'm just literally wasting my time. I don't want to jinx it as well, Andy, but the print looks like it's going well. This is the top half of a knee in the new format. I will also admit I wasn't 100% sure if I had the size right. So... Oh, come on, upload quicker. Earth. Incidentally, for those of you who do have access to FortressCraft 2, let me know if my recent changes are good or bad. I did some quite big ones. So let me know. I think now that it's possible to actually play, I don't know, possibly even all the way through. But I don't have time to sit there and actually play the game properly at this point. So you might be able to play it a long way, you might not play it very far at all. Oh, this is taking ages. I'm gonna let this commit for a sec, and I'm gonna go grab a biscuit. You stay here, Kitty. You stay there. And yes, I need to fix that bearing, I know. I'm back. Did it finish? I can't tell. Where's the dialog box? Yay! Okay, so if something changes, there's a change in that file, and that one. Very little else, but let's have a go. Okay, so we've now got the whole GPU instance. Now I didn't write this. I've just written some integration code. Now this is the point where it steps outside of my realms of knowledge. So FortressCraft used a GPU instance that I did write. And ideally, and if I was in a professional situation, and by professional I mean somebody else was doing it, then someone would implement the old system, measure that one, and then move on to the new one, and so on. But I don't have time, and I'm 99% sure this one is better. I'm almost definitely going to have to open up Subcity though, to remember how that works. Because, Brian, the main menu on... So, it's very easy to run the GPU flat out. The way to run the GPU flat out is not to run the CPU very hard. It's almost literally that simple. It's very easy to run the CPU very hard, don't run the GPU. It's very difficult to utilize them both. In the main menu on Nomancer, there is no... of those words, there's nothing's happening. So I'm not running any simulations. I'm just drawing the scene as quickly as I can. The frame rate should be capped, and that doesn't mean it is. Okay, so I now have access to the some billboards, but nothing. Now this is where it annoys me that they've gone a bit far. So we've got a billboard, yay. So now if I were to attach the robot. Sorry. Oh right, this is an animated robot. Okay. Okay, that's good. Not what I was wanting. Yeah, it just means I forgot to cap the frame rate. That's all it is. It's nothing. It doesn't matter. Now, why would I have a billboard that has a shiny? Now, curious. I think my frame rate counter doesn't work below 10, you know. Let's have a look how that works. What's this doing? We wait a 1/10 of a second. What? We wait a 1/10 of a second, and the frame rate count is 1 over delta time. What the hell? Right, I ain't using that one. That's stupid. Usually what you do is you count frames, and then you see how many it took to do 60, and there's your frame rate. Sure. Fine. Error 51, take argument. This won't have any XNA crap in it. Right. So we're just going to change all of that to that, and I think that should be FPS. I'll get an error. I can't bother. So I have to rename a variable. Really? Really? No, let's set it to a different number. What did I do wrong? Someone tell me. That's FPS count, which is... Oh, right, yeah. Should be... Yeah. Oh, really? Laptop? What? But compared to what? I don't have any sound going, so just turn your headsets up. I might be able to, but it's just going to make everything louder. Right, so now we have a frame rate that is still 10, which is just a little surprising. 10 is a very odd number to just sort of stick at. Let me just check the code again. There's nothing in the code that says there is smoothing. Oh, delta time probably goes. There's probably edit project settings time. Maximum allowed time step. Maximum allowed time step. Right. Let's go down as low as 2 frames per second. There we go. That's a more accurate frame. So basically, at a certain point, Unity just goes, "This is stupid. We're not doing this." So that's a particularly useless shader because it's a billboard shader that's lit, which is a spectacular combination of dumb. So a billboard shader always faces towards the camera to give the effect of a 3-dimensional object when it's not 3-dimensional. But it also rotates. And that makes no sense, because that means that as it pretends to be a 3D object, but it's not, it will look different. Does this look less broken if I give it a normal map? Ah, right. Yeah. That's why it's too dark. It has no normal map. But I don't want a normal map. What other shader do we have? So we have vertex lit, which is no good because it's not cut off. We might have to roll our own thing here. With 2D render soft occlusion, which looks very complicated and therefore I don't want it. We have standard, which is probably what we'll be going with. Because it is casting a shadow, which is important. I mean, don't forget, just because I have that, it doesn't mean it has to be. It could equally be it could be any shape. So just bear in mind, I'm not actually trying to render sprites. I'm just rendering cheap 3D objects. And that is the cheapest of the 3D objects, because that is a quad rather than anything else. So let's see how we set this up. So we have the GPU instance there, add prefab manager. Awesome. Okay, now this robot gains a something or other. I've been very good, Andy, by the way. I haven't printed out a fat boy yet. You know, it was it all came in parts as well, so I could even print out my own little 3D printed fat boy. But I'll finish Spider-Bot first, and that's still going to be quite some weeks, I think. Anyway, GPU prefab. Okay, so now this is a slight pain in the ass system. I didn't realize it was a pain in the ass until such point as I'd already implemented so much I couldn't actually do anything about it. So I'm happy with the current system. Let's just call that robot prefab. But spelled right. And then we'll have a different way of doing it, and we'll call this robot instance. Wait a minute, guys. I might have a bit of a sexy message here on Snapchat. Oh yeah. Oh, I've got it in Snap. Oh yeah. It's from Team Snapchat. How to turn off shit on my phone. Why was Snapchat wishing me a happy Valentine's Day? So I'm basically just copying across what I do in this other one. So now I need one of these. Now, yeah. So what has to happen is for every object in the game, using the current system, I need the Unity way of dealing with it and the GPU way of dealing with it. And I'm hoping to potentially improve that. So what I need here is a GPU instance renderer. And this lets me set up all the things I know about. And then that has to point to the prefab manager. That's fine. And it also has to support the prefab. So what I'm doing is, this is my way of managing what prefabs there are. Because the prefab system itself, sorry, the GPU system itself, it's quite good at doing only one thing. And that one thing is drawing prefabs. It doesn't manage the drawing of the prefabs. I need to do that myself. The drawback is, and I can't remember how the hell I do this now. I also need, so yeah, I just have a, for every object, I just have, I keep saying just. So we need a robot in prefab and a robot instance definition. And I kind of wonder if they could be the same thing. So the instance definition says that let's just set up the types for, this is the one that does need to be per game. So in this case, we'll just do the robot. And so this one's for that other game. So what I'm planning to do is I'm planning to expand this, have 1,000 different types or whatever, and just shove loads of things in it. The important thing is for FortressCraft, it must be easy to add more. Okay, so this is the actual. So this is this game object is a nothing. This game object is just simply a. There is a robot. A robot. We can have 1,000 robots, and this is the chunk of data that stores what's happening with robots. How many robots there are, where the robots are. Now it's possible that I could quietly go onto a thread. I haven't done much of this, and there probably is a term for it, but when you have, I think it's worker threads, when you have a lot of threads, nearly all of which are asleep, and you just wake up the right thread, does a little bit, and it goes back to sleep, rather than one big monolithic thread checking to see if there's lots of work to be done. And then I add a GPU instancer prefab to the actual object, GPU instancer prefab. And then I think all I do then is I just go register instances in scene. No, let me save. I can't remember how you do it. God damn it! Do I have to add it by? Ah, right, yeah. So this is where it became a pain. So the GPU, the GPU instancer, I had to have. They had to be prefabs. Because I don't know why. I think it's just simply the way it searches stuff. So now if I click register instances in scene, still no. Now if I drag it there, oh, it's locked up. Yay! When using the prefab manager in your scene, the best practice is to add the distinct repeating friend sound. Yeah, shut up. I love that. It's like, oh, but you've only got one of them. I'm like, yeah, but I will have more soon. That should be the setup. Now I just need to remember how or what collects up all the GPU instance renderers. So something will collect up all these. I can't remember what it is. GPU instance manager, I think. That's the thing. There's a bit of a naming thing. So we've got the GPU instance prefab manager and the GPU instance manager. One of them is mine. One of them is not. Now, do we have one of those per whatever? Oh, we do. No, then it's not that one. It's not the GPU instance renderer. It's the GPU instance manager. This is the thing, when you're writing quite a big system, you do end up running out of names quite quickly. Yeah, now this is where it becomes even more of a pain. So we've got the link object and the okay, now that could have been auto-assigned. So let's see if we can do that. But I'd like to not do it like this. So what we've currently got is we allocate for all of the types, and that's all well and good, but I'd like to do it directly for the from the ones we actually locate. So that's an improvement there. But for right now, let's get it working and then we'll tidy it up, because obviously if I tidy it, it might not work at all. And just to check, that's not okay. So that should be everything. Let's just see if it crashes. Well, it crashes, so that's error. Missing prefab on robot. Oh yeah, I forgot to assign the prefab. Again, I'd like to stop having to do all these assignments, so we're going to try and idiot-proof this a bit. Every time you slightly rewrite something for a new project, it gets slightly better. Why are you awake at 7:15 AM in Texas? Okay, so this is still the old system. Just make sure it doesn't crash. Now, I think that's the wrong project. I think all I need to do is in the spawn manager, instead of doing spawn this way, what I do is I do GPU instance manager dot okay, now I need to work out how I do this. That's also important. What are my options? Add instance. Or is it just... Oh. Oh, I did not know that. At 90 frames, we just render one of everything anyway. Should be just that code then. I do actually have a new fan, now you mentioned it, for the printer. It's weird, like buying really nice upgrades for printers really cheap. I think the new fan was like £6. I was like, oh wow, yeah, I'll get that. But the cable's not long enough, so I will need to extend that at the arcade, because that's totally not my... I don't have anything here that can do that sort of thing. LREC. Well, let's find out. I think that might work. I think that might now spawn 100,000 objects via full indirect instancing. Error, max render says 1, but we asked for E-type robot 1. Did you forget to... Oh, I did, yes. I've got to have a gap. So we've got to have at least 2 renderers, of which the first one has to be done. Oh, okay, yeah. So we have a limit of 10,000 robots right now. I don't know what the limit is. Let's just crank that up to 100,000. Well, until it crashed, that was good. I think I'm just like, okay, that's, we got to 200,000. I thought I was doing, oh, maybe I'm doing 1 million. No, I was doing 100,000. I don't know how many you're doing. So we're now at 160 frames a second, rendering 100,000. Now, don't get me wrong, we have issues. For example, the shadows are borked. The size is wrong, but pretty good. Let's spawn it at the right size. Now you can see what I mean about implementing tech. So we've just went from more or less, but not quite as good as what FortressCraft had, to much, 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 much better. That's quite cool. Now again, I don't really know how well the stream's running for you, but now I can go super smoothly. Now, I'm not culling these. I'm not adding them. I've just rendered them all. So I've just generated a field of these. There's no clever, there's no smart, there's none of that sort of thing. It just... I'm just throwing it all at the GPU going, psst, do what you want. So that's pretty cool. I'm pleased with that. This pleases me. Now that's now what I've done is probably not very efficient, because what I've just done is I've just had a single bucket of 200,000 going fill that, whereas you should be doing multiple buckets. A bucket is generally it's just like a real bucket. You put stuff in it. It's kind of that simple. There are massive spikes because I am adding way more than I would ever add in one frame. It's it's ridiculous. I'm just chucking it as much as I can. But we're running 140 frames in editor. Let's see how the numbers look outside the editor. 400 frames a second with 100,000 and no smartness. There's no smarts in this. This is sheer GPU grunt. Apparently 99% thing. So yeah. So pretty good. We've gone from 9 frames a second to 400. So pretty good. Now, let's see if I can avoid having to create an instance prefab and a GPU prefab and assign them in a list. Because this assignment is a pain in the ass. Okay, so... this is just a list of GPU instance renderers. GPU instead. This should hopefully automatically fill one of the arrays so I don't have to do it. Max Pence. LA Rens dot length count length. Okay, hello which. So once this is done, by the way, everything I've written, barring the spawning of the robot, should go straight into FortressCraft. So once I've tidied this up, the next step is I'm going to start updating the robots. I'll make them jump or something. I have a horrible feeling that is going to be way too slow. So I think I will have to think about other ways of doing this. What we've got here works great for stuff that spawns once and never does anything again. I don't think I can update a lot because I think I'm shoving too much data across from thread to Unity to GPU, unless there is a way of doing this entirely threaded / GPU side, which is the goal. As you can see though, this shit goes. Type. And all I need to do is LA renderers ln which equals LA rens I. So that should hopefully auto assign that list there. Well, that was easy. Good. So I can clear that down. And I never have to worry about that again. Good, that's a definite upgrade. That's definitely easy. So now to create a new one means I don't need to remember to do quite so many things. I think that could be the same file. I'm not sure. I'm going to try moving that across and see what happens. It's possible I can do it like that, and in which case that'll work. You watch that. I'll be back in a sec. Oh, so for those who haven't been following, I've been ill for quite a few days now. Probably shouldn't be streaming, but eventually I do get bored. Okay, so what we're going to do now is keep a track of all of the ones we spawned. Now the trick, this is where it gets tricky, because this thread doesn't tick that fast. And really, in a real game, we would just have one thread dealing with all of that. Now this thread ticks. What's our time step? Oh, I think I set it. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to make them bounce. Matt Jen. Time step is 0. Time step is 0? Okay. I think mine should just be running as fast as it can. 0.1. So we're going to run at 60 because I do. And the only drawback with this system is that there'd be no interpolation. So if we did run at 140, then some parts only at 60, which is a pain. I'm not joking, David. I was so ill Tuesday. I got up, felt ill, did a little bit of work, went back to bed at 10:30, woke up at 5, went back to bed at 6, woke up at 11, went back to bed at 12, slept through to the morning. I almost literally slept the whole day. I was so ill, I do not joke. I actually went and Googled on the NHS Direct, like, what are the coronavirus symptoms? Genuinely, I felt that ill. But coronavirus has a lot of coughing, and I haven't been coughing. So, this is going to be clunky as all hell. So, int spawn ID and vector3 pause and vector3 vel. George, so if you don't know what I'm doing, and you're on YouTube, go all the way to the beginning of the video because I started with an explanation of what I'm doing and why, because I knew some people would ask. Short version is I'm implementing a new piece of tech to render things very quickly. There's a slightly longer version at the beginning, but if that's all you care about, then that's what we're doing. We're rendering things super quickly. A lot of things. So yeah, we'll need to do this one. Now what would happen is we would actually have a its own object that would handle it. I'm just going to basically spawn a whole bunch of things and control them all together. It draws very fast now, but it didn't draw very fast previously. I don't know if I've had flu. I said I haven't been coughing, so I don't know. I don't know. Do I have to import into code for it to draw on paper? Oh, wait, are you asking about the 3D printer? I think that's about the programming. In this case, it's printing a bit from a computer game. I didn't cross my mind that anyone would join the channel going, tell me about the 3D printing. That's just something there. Mostly, if you scrub back through the stream, you get to watch it. I've also, so I'm using a program called Octoprint. And I don't know if you guys have been paying attention. Some of you have. Bet most of you haven't. It's not always been brilliant. Let's just go. Delete. I have been keeping time lapses of stuff, which is quite cool. Oh, I haven't watched this time lapse, but we can watch it together. So I've been doing time lapses because it supports it. There is nothing that trivializes how much time and effort 3D printing is than a time lapse. So there you go. That was 4 hours. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ta-da! It's supposed to hold the last frame, but doesn't. It's quite cool. I don't know why they wrote USB holder on it. Like, I might print it and go, what's this for? What's this thing on my desk? I can't remember. Show you a failed print. It nearly worked. Didn't quite work. Again, about 5 hours. That is very cool. And we have 16 minutes left on this print. Okay, so spawn ID next spawn equals L. Oh wait, hold on. I need an ID back immediately. So I might need to break the link here. So what happens here is I've sort of hopped I've hopped from thread A to thread B because I had to go via the Unity system, but I should be able to simply go straight to that one now, because this does not exist on the well, I don't think it does anyway. I'll find out in about 2 seconds, I guess. So it should just be int Don't rub your face in the microphone. Oh, public int. I'll just pass it in. Should be just that. What I'll actually do is I'll just also say pause next spawn equals director pause vel next spawn equals new vector. Oh no. So it should go up, and then yeah, that should be fine. So that spawns everything, and assuming I haven't derped, that should actually sidestep the latency bit. Still at lots of frames per second. So I need to fix the shadows. But I'm not worried about the shadows properly. And then this is the jumping bit. So for in I equals 0, I is less than next spawn I plus plus. Now I have a last, is it tick time times? Let's just try that. I can't remember now. Oh. No. So well, actually nothing will happen. Hopefully it doesn't okay, yeah. So now this now starts to become the bit that's slow. So we've shown that drawing a shit ton of objects is easy. We've shown that spawning a shit ton of objects is easy. The hard part is moving or updating them. Now I need to do... now I have to work out there's a call. Pause, move, update. I can't remember. Oh, it's get renderer. I wonder what that first... Now we don't need to know. Oh, we probably do. I don't bother storing that, but I should do. So I would need to, because we're going to spawn different things. Right now we have a very odd situation of 200,000 of the same thing. And it'll be the same at the moment. I'm pleased how quick this is. If I can render 200,000 of a thing, that's fine. Most of the stuff in FortressCraft doesn't move. So this is perfect. What we've got here is perfect vegetation. No problems. It's no good for if I want 200,000 foul cores. It's also very possible that what I'm writing here will become the basis of the FortressCraft renderer. So the FortressCraft instant renderer is pretty good. It had a few issues, all of which I addressed in this iteration already. So it's probable what I'll do is that this will just sit side by side with the old renderer, and then I can move stuff across. So, for example, the plant renderer in FortressCraft might just stay. There might be no reason to push it into the system. Might not be any particular amount quicker. Spawn types. I mean, I'm not really happy. I'm having to parse a list of 200,000 things. Range. What? Oh, that is specifically a randomization thing. So I don't need that at all. That's fine. Well, it might just be as simple as that. So now we set which one, which is spawn ID I to pause I, and my 3D print has finished. Oops, too far. Also, I'm gonna wait for the bed to cool. But awesome. Now, if I've done everything right, and the chances of that are pretty small, then the next thing that happen is this robot should all go straight up. That's what I'm expecting. Then what I'll do is I'll put in a little bit of bounce code, and then we've got every object moving every frame. Are they moving? I can't tell. They might be moving almost. Let's speed at all. All right, let's assume they're not moving. I did not increment the spawn, so we were probably moving one of them. Yay! No. Wow. So, hold on, what? I called... on one map threaded, line 119... Oh, I got an exception. So for my birthday, and is it Castle Donington or the other Donington? I don't know where it is. Let's have a look. Yes, that one. I'm going to a racetrack. It's a nice racetrack. It's a very nice racetrack. Here's my special birthday treat. 80% chance of rain. God damn it. Now, pros. I've got four-wheel drive. Cons. I don't have ABS. Why can it be today? Today has... No. I'll take it back. Why can it be Wednesday? Well, wish me luck, guys. Post-roll. 2 seconds. I currently have a cat on my lap, by the way. Huh? Oh. Wait, what? What? Next spawn is... If none Q is less than equal to max spawn, less than. Right, so I'm going to have to stop the camera moving. So hopefully they should move. Now they do seem to be moving, but they're only moving quite slowly. That means I'm not ticking at the rate I think. As that tick is... My cat has departed. Oh no! Andy, you've got to fix these, man. Yeah, they're definitely too weedy. I literally just knocked it and broke that one. I'm not sure if you're still on the chat, but I shall message you directly just in case. Apart from the broken bit, though, and the enormous amount of support material, pretty good. Same thing, though. I think you need to... Again, I don't think he's listening. But he'll scroll back. He always does. We need to... It's really nice. I've got a little bit of layer shift, but overall, it's really rather good. Quite impressed. What time is it? 2 o'clock. So I'm planning on finishing in about... I was planning on finishing in about 3 hours because I do have to try and prep for the Nomancer thingy. I don't really have any other prints, no, not interesting ones lined up anyway. So that's a shame. I don't know how transparent that stuff is. So I don't think it'd be suitable for the No, it's not transparent enough for the gem. I kind of want to do the octopus, but that's a 6-hour print. Not that I've really got anything else planned for it. So it's one of those, it's kind of it's such an investment, even if you're not actually having to do anything. And I've got the wrong filament fitted for a lot of things I want to print. And I have got solutions. So those of you who've been following me for a bit, you've seen that I've been quietly hating changing filaments. But now I have improved that, but I haven't fitted I haven't fitted the improvement. I have got rather a nice Grim Fandango one, but whoever did it doesn't have a clue what they're doing. It's just got bits floating in the air. I can print it with support, but if I cut the support out, the bits will fall down. It doesn't make any sense. It's like whoever printed it doesn't actually understand how it works. Actually, what I could try doing, now I'm a little bit more confident about my printer's capabilities, I could try a larger bubble dragon. Not the box one, but the other one. Oh man, it's 5 hours though. I guess it's 5 hours and it's white. Like it wouldn't look very good when it's done. Oh, I don't know what to print. I need to get more organised and put it all on Trello. Let's worry about why the tick's taking so long. What's that? Load? I don't know. Last update time in milliseconds, right? It might just be that I'm actually trying to run as a thread at 60 frames a second and it's not capable of doing it. I haven't optimized this thread at all. Thread tick at that should actually tell me how long the thread's taking. So if the thread's taking like, well, we've got 16 milliseconds to spawn and move 200,000 objects. Now, FortressCraft works in a very, very different way to allow me to get away with a lot of objects. Okay, it's not that. Like, that's taking almost nothing at all. Okay, what am I doing wrong then? It's not something stupid like... yeah. It is something stupid, like starting the stopwatch after I finish doing all the work. Ah, right, yes, it's taking 400 milliseconds. That does not surprise me. Now, what's our target time? This one doesn't change, does it? No. Okay, so I'm going to rename it to target times that to make it more easier to read. So our that's in, that should be probably divided by 1,000. Divided by? I don't know, doesn't matter. 'Tis all arbitrary. So this is interesting. So I'm still rendering at a gazillion frames per second, or some arbitrary number. Now I'm running a lot less. What's causing that? Right. So now we are spending 2 milliseconds per frame, and that's not a bad number, updating the visibility buffer. Now, as I said, I'm doing a fairly stupid approach right now. I've got 200,000 robots, whatever's, and I'm updating them all at once, every single one, every frame. Now, thankfully, that's only done once, but let's just have a look. But 2 milliseconds is all right. I would assume, or at least hope, that those scale better. I don't have any faith at all that the GPU system is multi-threaded. So little is. But I can't really update this many per go. What I can do, though, is just do this a little bit better. Just do those 0 plus I to n plus I. There we go. Plus num cube, sorry. This will now actually spawn the objects linearly, rather than spawning most of them millions of miles away that we couldn't even see them anyway. So that will spawn it in a more linear way. Now, thankfully, FortressCraft has all this done already, so I don't need to reinvent the wheel there. I'm trying to keep this as much as I can, just to bolt on to FortressCraft once done. And I'll just move the camera to there. See, now I can generate things, spawn them slower, and not have such a massive impact. But what I'll do is I'll write the rest of it. li.x equals so that should hopefully make them bounce with gravity now. And I'll actually randomize the bounce just a bit. I think realistically what I need to do is not try and update 200,000 things in one go. But, and again, because this is not a complete game in itself, it doesn't make any difference. If I was to approach this as a project I was actually going to ship, I would start splitting down all of these objects into their own threads and worker classes. So we'd end up with the bush system spawns the bushes. Now the interesting thing is here, we're still running at 90 frames a second, but what we're not doing is updating them. Now again, just to sort of try and explain what's going on a bit, because this is a bit of a teaching stream. The camera is over there. If I move here, this guy is still jumping up and down. There's no reason that guy jump up and down. That guy is, I think I'm running 10 kilometers or something. This is on purpose. I'm hitting it with brute force to give myself the worst case scenario. So I would need some sort of culling system saying, look, just don't update this. Just don't bother. There's no point. Nothing in any of these systems anywhere cares about the location. It just doesn't happen. So what I'm going to do is we'll have I'll just store the camera position. Now this won't help the CPU usage. That's a bit. I'll get now. Let me think. I mean, in this case, I can probably just do lrdist equals pos i.z minus gamemanager.campos.z if lrdist is less than 10 or lrdist is greater than 10. Continue. Now what you would probably do is I base that on the frame rate. So frame rate's 100, we do 100 meters. Frame rate's 10, we do 10 meters. And this is something I try and do in almost every game I write, is have a whole bunch of dynamic frame rate stuff. And it's weird, games just don't seem to do this. Like they just go, hey, your game's running at 5 frames a second, but here's some more particles. Whereas I try very hard not to. Well, that didn't work. I'm impressed at how much that didn't work. Is that guy really? Oh, there we go. Oh, it's because it's actually running at a decent frame rate now. Okay, I've got that wrong, haven't I? Is it not the tick time? Is it the load is the rolling frame rate? Tick time is the previous frames update. And then we take the last update time, and that gives us our what do we do with it? I guess we don't time step there, do we? All right, hold on. So our time step is our. It should be 1 if we're at the right ratio, and not if not. So time step equals tick time divided by target time. Now I might have to scale this up, or I'm incompetent and it's not doing anything at all. Time step is 30. Time step 30. 30. How's it 30? Maybe if I say 30 a few more times. So tick time was 0.8 milliseconds. Target time step was 0.01. Oh, right, is it? Oh, okay, we are actually running at 30 times. Wait, hold on. We're taking 0.8. How many milliseconds? We're taking 0.8 milliseconds. Our target. Okay, right. That's complete and total shit. It's not 100, it's 1 divided, it's 1,000 divided by. I was trying to calculate, I was trying to run the game at 6,000 frames per second, and it was going, I can't do that. I might need to scale that up and down a little bit. Okay. Time step is 0.2. That still seems a bit off. Hey Todd Mia, not sure what that face means. It's not a Rue emote, so quite frankly, it could be anything. There we go. Tick time was 10. Target time was 16. So time step is 0.7 because we're at 70% of. Is that right? No. But the time we step. Actually, the time we step is. Right, that's fine, because I should always assume we're moving at target time step, which makes more sense, which means I don't need to scale this at all. Top Mia, if you no clue what I'm doing, scrub back to the beginning of the video where I did a little description, because I knew people would ask. So like the first 30 seconds should be me telling you from the past what I'm doing. The short version is I am developing a new cross-game system to render a lot of objects. For those of you who are following FortressCraft 2/Patreon chat, you will see the potential plans mooted for the builder bots. Got the CPU time, don't have the GPU time to do it. So I am making the GPU time to do it. So this is a non-game cross-platform, cross everything system to do that. The time set should either be 1 or 1, so we don't need to. What I kind of assume with the threading is that you hit the thread cap, but you actually manage to run within the simulated time. If you overrun, stuff just starts to run slowly. FortressCraft copes up to about 500% overrun. And we're taking about, I say we're taking about 5 milliseconds. It's just stopped. Target time step is now 16. Yep, that's fine. How are we going to... And we're going to sleep for, hopefully, 8 seconds. Hang on. Target time was... What? Target time... Okay, what the hell? Wait on here. Last update time was 8,000 milliseconds. I'm not sure I believe that. Also, even if that is right, so let's assume that we took 8,000 milliseconds. I'm fairly sure, Unity, I would need you to confirm. I'm fairly sure that 16 minus 8,000 is not 8,000. So, yeah, Told me, hopefully you're back now. A short version is I started with a system that ran at about 2 frames a second. I then got a system that ran at 1,000 frames a second. And now I'm trying to get a system that can simulate at 1,000 frames per second. Last update time was 4. That's fine. That's not fine. That's going to wait for 16 seconds. What the hell's going on? Well, that's what takes so long. It's waiting for like 8 seconds. It's not simulating. It's just going. It's just gone to sleep for too long. What happens is the thread system, it simulates, measures how long it took to simulate, sees how much time it's got left, and then just sleeps that much time, freeing up CPU resources and other things. So target time is 16, which is because we're running 1 per frame. Cool. Last update time in milliseconds was 6. Wait, hold on. Target time step is already milliseconds. That's why. Let me rename it. Right, hopefully now I haven't put the wrong number in. Is that right? Yeah, we're getting lots of ticks. Stuff's not moving, but that's only because I've chosen arbitrary or stupid or 0 numbers. Ah, that's where just I chose an arbitrary distance. Yay! I mean, the numbers are wrong, but I was expecting them to be wrong. Now that's better, isn't it? Now all I've done, fundamentally, is I have only simulated them close to camera. Now what does this tell me? Lots of things. But mostly what I'm interested in is when I don't update everything. So the GPU instance manager is smart. Good. So it only updates the group. Now, if I update one here and one at the other end, I suspect at that point it can't. So I think the performance here is related to the number of to the breadth of dirty objects. It's probably the safest way of doing it. That's brilliant. Oh my god, that's so smooth as well. And only a little bit disturbing. And that's still, I could probably do about 3 times as many. That's surprising how few I can update at that sort of rate. But that's good to know that if I don't update very many, or at least if I update them quite close together, what's the number I want there? That's pretty sweet. I'm quite happy with that. And this is what I mean about there's no smarts. It's just generated off to infinity. It's not coming behind me. It's not clearing in front of me. It's simply just brute forcing it. Now, FortressCraft, there's no way I would ever do this in FortressCraft. I don't just go start game, spawn everything. A small amount of time, as per here, doing some culling absolutely massively outweighs. Let's reduce that too. Absolutely outweighs any clever processing I can do. I don't have any current reason to draw 200,000 objects, much as I might like to. I just don't. But if I were to get rid of all the objects that are too far away, get all the objects that are behind me, all of that sort of stuff, I could probably do an awful lot more. So there's a limit to how many I can have up close. Whee! God, that's so smooth. I don't know what frame rate I'm streaming the stream at, though. And I have no idea how that really looks for you guys. But for me, that's as smooth as a baby's bum. Other issues, because there are always issues. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to reposition this quad. Map quad, there we go. Now Unity has... Right, so I'm going to put the camera all the way back here, which is about 8,000. That means I'm going to spawn stuff. lrock.pos.z minus equals 8192. So Unity has a kind of a hard limit of about 16 kilometers. So let's see how quickly I can traverse Unity's limits. Now, I'm not even sure how I will begin to collide this. I need quite a clever glitch. So we're now moving at... Alexa, what's 250 meters per second in miles per hour?
250 meters per second is 559 miles per hour.
Now, I suspect in Space Harry you move quite a lot slower than this. So this 16 kilometers plus minus is... This is 8 kilometers plus minus, but 16 is roughly, so we're halfway. How far I expect a FortressCraft player to ever move. They can move further. I ain't going to stop them. But that is the... that's the limit of what I would suggest. That's quite cool, though. And that's moving at a kilometer per second. and their problems. That's quite hypnotic, and more importantly, you can't really tell the guys in the distance aren't moving them down. Let's make them jump up and down. Let's go. Not everything, but now a ridiculous amount will jump up and down. So what I expect here is the frame rate should stay the same, but the updates of the objects will slow down. And that's probably, yeah, so now that looks like a low frame rate, but it's not. At least not when it's finished spawning. Oh, that's interesting, but what's that? That's the profiler. There we go. Profiler on, profiler off. Okay, well that's interesting. So this is updating the entire world. Yeah, it's updating them as far as I'm rendering them. Oh, generating them probably. So the camera stops. I'm really pleased with the performance of this. And I'm pleased that I can update them. Now, let's fix the shadow, because that might cause a bit of a hit. So I believe that's actually a setting here. Enable armor mesh renders. Okay. No. There doesn't seem to be any sort of... here we go. Shadows. Shadow with original shader. Yes. Use custom shadow distance. Why not? No. Use culling for shadows. Yes. All right, so we're culling at 500. Let's not, just for sake of argument. Oh God. Let's not cull at 0. I mean, the camera itself culls at 1000, so... Wow, that's insane. That's a kilometer. And you can see the bit where I stop simulating. Although, if I was moving, could you? Oh yeah, that's really cool. Todd's missing out on all the fun. Sometimes I try and have fun, by the way. I do. Anybody want a Space Harrier clone? I wish there was a market for a Space Harrier clone. The one I do want to play that we haven't managed to get the arcade is Planet Harriers. It's just such a rare game, and it never... what's the word? It never Englished. It never... The board it was on never appeared on very many other cabs. There's just not very many options. Oh, cool. You're only at 60. Good. Thank you, Tomia. Do you have a clue what I'm doing now? Have you understood? Oh, good. The coronavirus symptoms are starting. I've got a cough. Right. So I need to mix and match up what we're doing. Oh, let's see if I fix the shadow. That's what I actually meant to do. I completely forgot. Yes. It looks like I did fix the shadow. I got so distracted with the duncy robots. But if I had a number of threads, each of which were dealing with the update of their own sort of thing, and possibly an interpolation thread that does nothing but take where the objects were and then push them into where the objects are, probably what we've got here is powerful enough. There are things I kind of want to be down low so I can see how cool the robots are, and I want to be kind of up high so I can see how far the robots are. Can I fiddle this in real time? Yeah. Yeah, probably 500 is more than... Drawing a lot of things very quickly. Yes, that's literally my goal. And I am drawing a lot of things very quickly. As I said, though, I'm currently just drawing a lot of things quickly. Obviously, in FortressCraft, we had to do other things like run a game. And if you remember something, let's say, if you remember back far enough, remember Starforge, exactly the same issue. They were like, wow, look how much this is so powerful. We can do loads of stuff. And then when it actually came to it, they could run their tech demo, or they could run their game. And that's very important to note. This is a tech demo. This isn't a game. I'm not having to worry about all the things a game has to worry about. I'm simply blasting as many polys at the screen as I possibly can, which is cool, and I'm glad that I can do so, and I'm glad I can do this many, and this gives good scope. I can't say how much faster this is than the FortressCraft one, because I would have had to re-implement the FortressCraft one here, and that would have been a silly waste of time. Fun, but a waste of time. And I try not to waste time when coding stuff. Not too much. He says, quietly snipping away supports from his printed model. So I'm going to see how the performance changes if I add a number of other objects. So right now I have I've only got one draw call. That's it. The entire wood is done in one go. I have absolutely no idea whatsoever how the performance will change when I render lots of different things. It'll probably go down. I mean, if it starts to went up. It's also possible that rendering more types of objects but less of each object actually gives us a much more granular rendering approach. Because right now we do culling, but we're always going to be rendering at least one of these robots under all circumstances. Oh man, Andy, if you're watching, I can't get the support of this thing without breaking it. I put the support angle down a bit so I could actually get the, because otherwise it refuses to generate support for that overhang, and now it's just put support everywhere. So plus bevels. It doesn't help the bit that's supported is long and thin. Again, could do with a chunky start. Get your girlfriend to drive you up at the weekend and just do the fixing on the laptop on the way up, and we'll print it when we get here. Because what I want to do is I want to just pull really hard on the support, but I'm going to snap the bit. Yes, I did think about... Actually, hold on, I'll tell you what. Should I reprint it with tree supports? Because I'm going to need more than these. That's a good... Because I didn't know what else to print in this colour. And I'm going to need at least 8 of these in total. Let's try. This is Spiderbot Thigh Top. No, it isn't. It's Spiderbot Knee 2. But I totally am not joking when I say... No, it isn't. It's... what is it? Leg 2. Thigh 2? I am beginning to... Once we reckon we're done on them, by the way, I am organising them a little bit better. Is thigh top, I'm just an idiot. Okay, so let me just try tree support. I've not done a tree support print. Tree support, tick. Click, wait. I like the reason they say tree support uses up less material, but may increase slicing time. Like, I really give a shit how long it takes to slice a model. Oh, you're doing a 100-hour print, but it might take 5 minutes to slice it. Like, that's fine. Knock yourself out. That's odd. Let me just show you that. That's taken a hugely different approach to covering it. That's much better. What I'll do, though, if I can do it like that, I'll also do a brim. So then I'll brim the bottom of the tree support, which makes much more sense. I'm afraid I doubt I'll be streaming. Oh, I might be. You might be lucky. Still waiting for Todd to get his arse out of bed and tell me that everything's good on Nomancer and that we can just ship it. I won't be around the weekend though, boys and girls. I have a birthday. Oh, yeah, my birthday, not a birthday. That is bizarre what's doing it, but let's try the tree support. But you're right, that's a lot less shit. So, as I was saying earlier, one of the important and critical factors about FortressCraft, and one of the reasons I love working on it, it is a mature code base. Stop snickering, please. This has the very important upshot that I'm able to add stuff quickly. And now what you've got on screen is a rework of the FortressCraft system into Nomancer, and a rework of the Nomancer system into Subcity, and then a rework of the Subcity system into this testbed, and then I should be able to pull this testbed into FortressCraft Evolve. But it's very important, I should be able to add new stuff in, almost to the point where I'm like, you know what, that's a good idea, let's try it. Whereas when like say for argument SubCity, if I wanted to add something to SubCity, it's a pain in the ass because it's a much younger code base, so it hasn't got all the helper functions. Whereas FortressCraft Phoenix it is a genuine pleasure to work on that code base. So what I'm going to try and do in a sec, as soon as I finish peeling all this shit off, well, a bit more of the shit, we're going to try and add a new thing in. I'll add a thing that doesn't move to try and see what happens, and we'll add a bunch, rocks or whatever. That should give us a better indication of how it will cope with multiple different types of material. And how quickly it takes me to add in a new object. Controlling the object is almost no less time than it was previously. So normally you'd spawn it and then you'd update the game object. But instead of updating the game object, I update the position. What I would probably do is I would have a whatever the game object is, it wouldn't update the position of the renderer unless the player's nearby, the camera's nearby. You just don't bother. You keep a track of the position, but you don't actually bother telling the renderer to render somewhere else, because it's more expensive to tell the renderer where you are than to stop rendering, which is a problem I found a lot in FortressCraft, because people have often found like stuff in weird places, and they're like, you should turn it off. It's like, it takes me more cycles to turn it off than just to render it in the wrong place or behind a wall or whatever. With instance rendering, it's almost impossible to not render something. So I essentially have a list here of 100,000 objects. So you start the first object, and then you render 100,000. If object 20,000 is deleted, you don't render objects 1 to 19,999, and then carry again object 20,000. You just render them all. But the one you don't want to render, you just render it somewhere off in the distance. You're like a million miles away. This support's made such a mess, Andy. It's a lot of it is it's the different material I'm using, which is pearl white. So the support's not coming off cleanly, but it was very supporty. But I can't actually get it off clean. I'm going to have to sort of trim it, and I'd obviously rather not trim anything. Ideally, not trim anything. I know that's not going to happen. But again, with a little bit of work, I think we can reduce the support on this a lot, but we will we'll see how the tree support does, which will kick off soon enough. Right, so how long does it take me to add a new thing in? I'm a bit saddened though. Let me just have a look. Space Harrier sprites. I'm quite surprised. Now, if I don't actually think I've got MAME set up. I wonder if it... Wait a moment. Space Harrier has unused graphics, hidden text. Oh, wow. Unused palette version of the title screen Lego. Oh, wow. Well, I never. There's an Easter egg in Space Harrier. I don't really have, but yeah, I do also like the way Space Harrier did these things. The sort of the snakes and the dragons and things, which were very cool. I'm just wondering if I've actually got... I should have... Main. I should have it all done, all set up. It should be there. I bet I don't. And that's very poor of me. Oh, maybe I do. I don't actually care about any of that. What I actually want to do is press this magic button here. Then I just need to remember how to... What is that for? God. It's been so long since I've used... That's the pallet dump. How do I get with this? Gotta love MAME. Escape. Killed. Out the game immediately. F10? No. Input. I just want some sprites, damn it. It's weird when you actually look at, if I make that full screen, okay, if I make that, what is going on? I said make it full screen, it's stuck up on a different monitor. You realise how low resolution these old games really were. How do I... F4 is the button to bring up the palette, but I can't see where F4 is in here. I'm sure it was F4. No, that's the... Oh man, there's too much like being at the arcade now. Why am I trying to exit it? I just... F5's reset, isn't it? No. Whee! I'm sure it's on this screen. I just can't remember what the bloody hell the controls are. MAME F4 tile set. It's something like that. Yeah, brilliant. After pressing F4, okay. Enter. Of course it's enter. This is fascinates me because you can actually look at how games rendered their stuff. GFX view. That's the background's there. This is a different time out that he's using, and that's the assembly maps. I don't think Space will actually let me get to the ones I want though. And I enter again to the GFX decode. There are all the sprites. Interestingly, though, it doesn't look like we've got access to any of the super scaler sprite. Oh, sad face. If you didn't know what that meant, don't worry about it. We don't have access to super scaler sprites. I'll just nick something else. And probably just imagine all I want is just the Space Harrier sprites just make me happy in my special place. I don't understand how people get away with this. Someone's just selling a poster of all the sprites from Space Harrier. That's not legal. It's not even a good selection of sprites. That's one I have. That's a bizarre selection of randomness. And I just miss racing games like that. I really love Ivan Iron Man Stewart's Off-Road Racer. I love Super Sprint, Badlands, what's it called? Quicken? Speed Rumbler, I think it was called. Mad Gear. I love those little sort of overhead isometrically racing games. Jesus, that fan is definitely in need of. Oh, cool! Is there someone just the Game Boy Advance version. Wow, thanks, dude. I think this would be the easiest thing to achieve. Incidentally, that is the Master System sprites. They're pretty good. I always think of the Master System as being more of an 8-bitty, shitty console, shall we say. Ah. I don't know what that is, but that looks... Apart from the fact that some Muppet has scaled them. Why would you do that? That's not how it works. That's what I want. I just want some rocks and some bushes and some trees. But I've never played Space Harrier 2 though, so I can't say much about it. I think that was only a Mega Drive game, I think. Again, I'm not this, but I didn't have a console. I was a computer gamer. So a lot of this knowledge has come retroactively, and thus it's full of holes. But if I just commit that. So I'm just editing it on the Chase Harrier. How can you spell it wrong? Yeah, I think Space Harrier 2 did lose a bit of the... Great. So I clicked on a picture and you just took me to some random shit. I think Space Harrier 2 did lose a bit of the quality of the first one. But yeah, as I said before, I don't have an art package on this computer, only on the one that's next to me. So I'm just making it transparent. Who needs artists? I can do this all myself. As long as I am only using art somebody else has already drawn. Now, as I said, I was looking at potential. Actually, we should do this. So what I'm going to do on the second object, because I would like to know, and this really only applies to sprites, but I have been considering spriting stuff for performance in FortressCraft. Like, stuff that's a long way away, there's almost no reason to render them as objects. Sorry, whoever's made this has managed to stick 2 extra pixels on the right hand side. Oh, I might hear you say, who cares about 2 extra pixels? Unfortunately, DXTC compares that 2 extra pixels. Now, I think I already know the answer to this next particular experiment, but I'm not 100%. So in this... Sorry, what? No, not that. That's not what I clicked on. That. So in theory, I can render the same object, but just with a different material property block. But I don't think in any real way that would help. I think, I'm not sure, but overall it's more efficient where possible to collapse stuff into larger and larger groups of exactly the same. I don't know. So what we're going to do is I'm going to create a new object. Ooh, I know, it's exciting. What I'm also going to do is automatically grab the size back. I don't know if I can do that. Can I do that? No, I don't think I can. I would need to store that. Oh, I'd have to do it here. That's annoying. Oh well. So we're going to call this one Tree GPU Prefab. As I said, if I was actually writing this as a game, I would have no real idea how I would genuinely sort out collision on things like this, because there's just we're talking about a huge amount of collision, not just a bit, like insane amounts. If you ever look at Space Harrier, I guess from memory, and my memory's pretty good on this one because it's recent, I guess maybe 16 collidable objects at any given point, maybe 32. A lot of these games did less with more. It's a tree. Oh, well, that's annoying. Oh, so the... Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, the pivot of the... Well, I guess I will have to just deal. That again, that's only an issue for this, not for actual FortressCraft. Right. I'm going to leave you with a gentle camera pan for a minute, and I'm going to go and grab a drink. I'm also going to look at the printer and see how that's going on my way. You see my stupid bearded face? That's why. I'm back. I've written the world's coolest screensaver, haven't I? I don't care if you have any arguments, it's the world's coolest screensaver. I'm sorry I was a bit longer. I remember Pringles existed. Okay, so this should hopefully now be quite easy. So I've created the actual object I will render. I'll call this tree. Then what I'll do, well, pretty much all I do, I hope, is say, hey Hugh, you're a tree. And then in the spawn, in the actual system that actually does something, 1 plus now, for those of you who are smart, you know exactly what is going to happen when this works. Anyone wants to care to make a quick guess what's going to happen? You'd be surprised, Cryptic. Oh, never mind. You'd be surprised how long you need to burn an image before it burns, though. All I have to do is cycle the time of day, and we're done. Hold on. Yeah, I need. This is now the. Right. Yeah, I know what it is. I'd like to create a new prefab, please. Come on, Unity. Faster. Right. I'm sorry, Cryptic. LCD displays? I'm not having a go at your... Yay, I was right. Bonus points if you worked out what was going to happen. I bet none of you did. Even so, I the last time I saw any burn-in was 15 years ago. There's a website that does this, though, isn't there? Oh, we're getting distracted. And there's a website that they run... They've been running it for years. Like, literally years. Is it these guys? So literally, they've got a whole bunch of screens and they just run burn-ins all the time. And they run like cycling patterns and all sorts of stuff. Is it this? I don't think it's this guy though. Might be artings.com. But it's fascinating because I think it's this one. But they've been running these tests for years and years and years, and they run like one of them. It constantly runs cycling stuff, and they test brightness and all sorts. I just can't remember where it is. I came across it previously because OLEDs are brilliant, but they're only brilliant for like a year. OLEDs are what you get if you're rich and you don't mind replacing your TV every 5 years. Or 2 years or whatever. I mean, realistically, these days you don't tend to draw the same image for that long. Even in reality, the only time it actually happened was in two situations. One, where all you watched was sports on the same channel, and they didn't move the Chiron, which they generally do now. And two, arcade machines with insert coin, which is it breaks my heart to see these because I understand from arcade machines from 1984. I kind of understand what happened in 1985, but then 1986 rolled around. For God's sake, print the stuff in a different thing. Just randomize the location of the insert coin. If the machine has been on an hour, display it in red, 2 hours in green, 3 hours in blue. Problem solved. But it boggles my mind that a lot of arcade machines, even the later ones, absolutely never resolve this. Alright, so part of the point of this was to not do that. Okay, that's fine, but then we want the... Actually, it's probably okay. If spawn types I equals spawn types dot... Oh! I'm amazed it worked, but it worked, it did. Oh yeah, I understand on CRT it's different. It's just that those are the only real situations where it ever really happened to any note at all. LCD ones you can usually fix by displaying the inverse of the image or a random pattern. I've seen temporary burning on projectors before. So the genuine issue was arcade machines with the insert coin game over type thing, and people watching sports and nothing but sports on projection televisions, which were a triple LCD setup through a Fresnel lens. Like, Dora, what the fuck? You just smashed her hairbrush on the floor. But I don't believe it's ever really happened permanently on anything other than CRTs. Like I don't think you can get permanent burning on LCD. You just fix it by not displaying that image, displaying something else. I believe that the polarizing layer just gets charged in one direction. You just need to charge it the other direction, or not charge it, then it works. I think. Dora's actually chewing on... No, it's not even her hairbrush. I've never brushed her with that. I've only brushed Cepheus with it. The problem with Dora, she's too... Cepheus, he's doing something. I can aim the camera and he'll continue it. Dora, the moment I move, she'll be like, what are you doing? That looks interesting. Can I do it too? I am having to hard code these numbers in a minute, but again, I'm just dealing with very simple objects. Like they're not real. They should now, hopefully, the trees won't jump. Quite important. And they should be the right size. Also quite important. Huh? There is no argument that corresponds to the formal parameter L size. Huh? The hell? Oh, I didn't hit save. Okay. But yeah, don't forget, Critter, because I messed around at the arcade, I see a lot of... Hey, I got the frame rate up. I see a lot of machines with horrible burning, and it just saddens me. I thought, by the way, we're running fog, but we're not. We just got, at the arcade, and I'm hoping I'm allowed to say this, we just got a new monitor. I know. An actual, well, not new, that's impossible, but a new, old stock, never used, 27-inch arcade monitor, like, still in its original packaging. I'm just like, what? We can't plug this in. We are, but we can't plug this in. Oh no, you don't understand. We need it because the old one's broken. There are huge amounts of spare monitors, and barring degassing and phosphor burn, everything else can be fixed. There is no other problem with the monitor that you cannot fix. I say we, they. I can't fix it. That's quite cool. I'm curious what the sparkles are. But this one's brand new, and it's for an unusual shaped chassis, so we're quite pleased to have got it. Somewhere, I guarantee, there are warehouses full of arcade machines. Monitors. There has to be. That they would have made far more than they actually sold. I'm sure of it. That's a bit better. I'm not very sure. I'm fairly sure of it. I'm pleased with this render, by the way. So, for those of you who weren't here earlier, and who are for some reason watching the stream, earlier, this was running at about, I think at best, 9 frames a second. We'll check what we're doing in a mo. I guess Space Harrier just essentially solved the problem I'm seeing by not ever having the player hurt themselves if the trees hit them. There are problems. It's still fundamentally 3D. Again, didn't work. It didn't have any of this original stuff. Yes, Cryptic, it wouldn't surprise me if those also did make it to the trash heap. But in my heart, I hope that wasn't the case. Maximum zoom! I'm so pleased with that speed. Should let Space Harrier open. Should I work out how big the trees should be. But it's stuff like this, you see, that in Space Harrier is the same sprite running with a different palette. So this is the trick they use. We use what's called material property blocks. Oh no, screw ECS. Unity ECS is a shit system slammed into the wrong type of engine for people who don't know what they're doing, by people who don't know what they're doing, because Intel thought it was a good idea. All ECTS is a ridiculous and fancy way of saying cache coherency. It has nothing to do. All it is, it does everything that I have always done where possible. Let me diverge a bit. So the Unity, so what you want for performance, let's say you've got a lot of objects. You want in memory, you want position object 1, position object 2, position object 3, position object 4, 5, blah, blah. So when you read 1, the cache brings it in. Unity has transforms. The transform is like this big. So you pull in 1 and you don't quite get the second one. So all ECTS does is it makes the user, me, jump through enormous complicated hoops rather than the correct solution, which is Unity, quietly reorganizing how transform works under the hood. That's how it should work. Now, I'm not currently taking full advantage of that. Now, I'm assuming, don't quote me on this, I'm assuming the compiler is probably doing some clever stuff here because I have no transforms. I have no rotations. All I have is next to each other in RAM. That's important. I have spawn ID, the pos, the vel, the type. And probably, and again, I trust the compiler as much as I can because in C++ it wasn't the same. They should be in the order that you access them in. For maximum cache coherency-ness. So here we access the spawn type, then we'll access the position, then we'll access the velocity, and last of all we might care what the number is. But primarily what I'm doing here is a fully threaded, non-Unity based renderer that what does it do? It lets me wonder why my trees are the wrong size. It lets me use full indirect rendering. But ECTS, I'm sure it's great. I spent 3 days trying to do my due diligence on ECTS. I couldn't. I genuinely could not do it. And I just gave up. And I just went, I'm just not doing this. I'm just simply not doing it. Zebra, skip back to the beginning of the stream. Watch the first 30 seconds. I explain exactly what's going on. But yeah, I actually ran into a programmer. Actually, no, she was a programmer. Anyway, I ran into, let's say a programmer. I can't remember if she was a programmer or a designer from Lego. And I chatted with her about this. And she goes, you don't have to use ECTS. I'm like, oh my God, you've used it. I get to rant about it. Because it's awful. It's not designed with programmers in mind. I have been programming for, I don't know, coming up to 40 years now. Okay? If I cannot understand it quite quickly, it's either too complicated or badly documented or bad. One of those things. I spent now how long did I spend? I spent 4 days trying to implement using ECTS a system just to learn ECTS. I couldn't understand what on earth they wanted me to do. I had to jump through these ridiculous hoops, and in the end, I gave up. And I said, right, I'm going to try the same thing using a computer shader. No, or was it an image effect shader? Maybe an image effect shader. Either way, I implemented it in about 45 minutes. And half of that was picking which project to do. So I reworked the heat simulation of Quagons to support GPU accelerated heat and oxygen simulation. And it took me under an hour. And I was like, why would I ever use ECTS? Like, I can't show what it offers. I looked at the demos for their ECTS stuff. I looked at their prototypes, and they're very impressive. And I realized very, very quickly they were writing everything. You know, there wasn't much Unity left. They weren't using standard shaders. They had to write all their own shaders. They had to write this convoluted set of stuff. And it's obviously a system pushed by Intel. And it just surprises me that it's so esoteric. But yeah, I have no plans to ever use ECTS because it's so poor. It might be powerful, but indirect, thread pushed English GPU instance rendering, it might not be as powerful. It would be hard to argue, but I can understand it. And I started this, whatever it was, 5 hours ago. And right now I'm shoving around lots of objects. Actually, if I move the camera very slowly, it just keeps spawning in front of me. So yeah, ECTS annoys me. It annoys me that once again, after just a decade, Unity just do this half-assed shit. It's half-assed in the extreme. I suspect Intel paid them a bunch of money. They've hit the terms of the contract and then gone, dumb. As they do with a lot of stuff. And I was a shame because when I saw ECTS, I was very excited because I tend to write high-performance games. I tend to write high-performance games with crap UI. Let's put it that way. PacketStorm, FortressCraft, they are games that shift around a lot of things. And they shift around a lot of very complicated and complex things. And ECTS should, in theory, give me the ability to do stuff like this, but 10 times or 100 times. But in practice, it's not. And thankfully, I ran into, say, a professional programmer who works for a large company who was more or less told, we need to use ECTS, Unity say it's great. And then after a while, he kind of went back, she kind of went back and went, you know what, it's really not. But the idea of ECTS is you could do something like rendering a whole city. they've got some very cool tech demos, and they are very cool tech demos. But realistically, I am never going to be in a position where I could think about writing stuff using it. I'm quite pleased with this, by the way. I'm not sure, realistically, what else I need to do. It's 4 o'clock, so there's no way I'm going to start pushing this into FortressCraft. Just a reminder, if you currently have access to FortressCraft 2, which a number of you do, I am very much looking for feedback on the new progression system. Not is it any good, but is it possible? Like, and I don't mean is it a pain in the ass, because it will be, because you need to get lithium before you can start lab research, but is it possible to do it? And then what would make it better comes. But right now I think it's possible, but I don't know it's possible. So I do need some feedback on that, because I'm a bear of very little brain. Also, for those of you following the 3D printing, it's coming along slowly but surely. Our spider bot is coming along slowly but surely. The next thing I need to do, and I haven't worked up the courage, I need to print the body. I need Andy to be really quite sure that we're not doing any further body changes, because the body is at least 12-hour print. It's at least 12 hours. Hold on. And the thing is, with a lot of Unity shit, they just chuck stuff back, going, yeah, there you go. Dots is what ECTS is bound. Yeah, Dots is ECTS plus some other shit. Again, if I cannot understand this, no one is going to use it. Okay, this is what I do for a living. I have done nothing but Unity for God knows how many years. I have done nothing but high performance games. I've done nothing but learn new stuff my entire professional career. And I look at this new stuff from Unity going, what? I should not have to rewrite my code in Dots with burst compilation in ECTS stacks. It should just work. It should take my code, look at it and go, you know what? Yeah. So ECTS is only any good for doing all the same work on a bunch of stuff. For instance, a swarm of fish, that's fine. ECTS wouldn't work on this because we have robots that jump around, and then we have trees which don't. So immediately ECTS cannot be used for that system there. In this case, what you have to do is the robots would be a different ECTS. What do they call it? Processing stack, I think they call it, than the other one. Now, it's a shame because overall, it's a good idea, but it's fundamentally how we wrote Burnout 3 was writing it in a way that's friendly for the cache. And as a programmer, at the time, that was my responsibility. It bloody well shouldn't be in a managed language. It's not my duty to make sure the data is correctly marshaled for performance. Absolutely not. That's a compiler's job, because I don't even know that sort of thing. Like I can't even really get at the assembly. I mean, there isn't any. I mean, it's just in time compile, so there just isn't any assembly. Whereas to get the performance out of the PS2, we would sit there and look through the compiled code and then work out usually what we would change to the C to make it more optimal. Very rarely we would override it with our own assembly. But that was a full-time job for several guys. Well, Zara, I'm basically at the point where I think the rest of my day is done. I've achieved what I want to do. I will work this into FortressCraft Phoenix. Probably next week. Well, it won't be this week because it's Friday. Monday will be Nomancer. I am doing a video on Nomancer. Dum dum dum, hashtag marketing. There has been some talk about the room building in FortressCraft 2. And I don't want the player to go clickety click, here's a room, clickety click, here's a room. It has to feel epic. It has to be in some way time consuming. It has to be in some way resource consuming. It has to be. Those are pillars. And people keep suggesting me stuff that basically just says, I don't want to have to do this. Do it for me. Make it so it doesn't cost resources. Make it so it's instant. And those miss the point of it being a computer game to a certain degree. There has to be challenges. There has to be things that are crap. It cannot just be an endless cycle of brilliant. What's it called? When a game just says grats a lot. There's a term for just games that go, oh, brilliant, you've clicked, oh, look at that, you clicked on the dialogue box. Oh, well done, you've clicked on attack. Oh, we're attacking, well done, you've won. There's a term for it, just games that continue to congratulate you, and I've totally forgotten what it is. But yeah, FortressCraft cannot be that. FortressCraft has to be a game that evolves. It has to be a game that starts off with you going, oh dear God, do I have to place these blocks? And after a while going, I'm glad I have a machine so I don't have to place the blocks anymore. If you started off with a machine doing the work for you, you wouldn't appreciate that machine's work. If you started with work for excavators, you wouldn't appreciate Super Dig. If you started with Super Dig and Sensible Power, you wouldn't appreciate normal building, and so on and so on and so on. No. I mean, Diablo 3 tends towards this now. Borderlands tends towards this now. Towards rewarding the player and bolstering the player's ego, as opposed to necessarily offering challenge. That doesn't mean it's crap. It doesn't mean it's not fun. But FortressCraft, part of it is it's not just constant gratification. Andy, I don't think I can use this pit I printed, by the way. The hole is too small for the... oh. Hold on. I think it might be the wrong bet. I forgot what goes underneath this, you know. Is it that? No. I think it's the purple bit. But I need to print a new knee as well. Andy needs to redo the knee. That said, I think that might need a trim. Yes, 3D printing is a pain. It doesn't help that obviously I printed out some bits 2 weeks ago and Andy has tweaked them since due to my feedback, and then some bits aren't quite compatible anymore. And it's not really... I'm not confident enough with the printer to just queue up 10 legs or 8 legs overnight and just do it. It might work, or it might just get through all my filament in one go. So Zebra, you're asking what this is for. So, I digress from challenging. I want to consider supporting auto building of rooms using the previously set up minion system. This should mean that when you start, you look at the minion system going, why the fuck would I use this? This is so slow. And when you've got 100 build minions, you go, why would I ever build it by hand? So I'm putting the tedium in front of the player and then taking it away again. That's a good point. Did PacketStorm ever get a review? I love the way that Steam doesn't even... There we go. I still like this. If I search for adapter, it's amazing. Especially if I spell it right. Adapter. Rating 8 out of 10. Let's click through to the game. Rating 100%. No, Zebra. I linked a video about this in FortressCraft 2 channel. Essentially, they are robots. Think of it as falcors that fly out. They'll pick up a block, then they'll fly along, and they'll place the block. So if you've got one, you're going to be a long time building that room. If you have 10, you might be a bit quicker building that room. If you've got 1,000 of them, and you click build, 1,000 quote-unquote falcors will all lift up, they'll all fly along, and they'll all carry blocks, and they'll place it, and that will be the coolest thing ever. Maybe not the coolest thing ever. That's that thing your mum does with her tongue. So, but yeah, that for me addresses my issue. It will start off slower than Super Build, but if the player invests enough resources into it, it will end up faster than Super Build. It doesn't mean that... So it means that overall, the player is probably going to have invested more time into doing it than they would have if they had just Super Built, but they will feel like the machines are doing the work for them, and that's almost as important as machines actually doing the work for you. It has to feel things. I don't know, I've never seen the Paste Builder mob. This is based on a FortressCraft Chapter 1 feature that I think made it to live. Not sure anybody ever used it. It was worse than just doing it manually, but you had minions. And the idea, we were moving towards a survival game. The idea was that when you built something, the minions would have to route find back to your base and pick up the material and then take the material to the build place. The fact the minions had to route find back to the base inherently meant you couldn't enclose your base. So I still get people going, why can't I enclose my base and have the mobs attack? CPW, if you're watching this back, yeah, I'm talking about you. You can't block mobs from getting to your base. That's not a valid tactic. And one of the ways to do that is to ensure the player has friendly mobs that need to get to the base. Because if you do that, then they have to get to the base. The player is encouraged to allow the friendly mobs to get to the base in some way. The idea was that the minions could have access to a pool of resources, but they would also need to go back to CPH for their orders. So it was quite a good solution. It would be, yeah, from storage, because they would require paste, and they would convert paste to whatever. But essentially, you need a whole ton of paste. It's also good because it probably means, well, two things. First of all, it means you can queue up a building which takes far more paste than you currently have. Secondly, it means you don't need to carry around all the paste. You can actually have it in storage. And thirdly, and this is the important thing, actually there's a fourthly. Thirdly, it will look cool, and that is important. And fourthly, it hits one of the X's of FortressCraft Phoenix. And I want more moving things in FortressCraft Phoenix. Moving things being stuff like freight carts, elevators, falcors, and so on. They are, to me, when FortressCraft is as good as it gets. Is when you sit there, and you know, I like it just after the first wave of mobs hits your base under a big attack. Then all the falcors take off and start to pick up the bug parts. FortressCraft also suffers quite badly from a lack of spike. Power usage is pretty much constant. Resource usage is pretty much constant. So there's not really much motivation to build batteries or storage. You just kind of just use it as and when. People build a lot of storage, but the game doesn't have spikes in usage. So this would add a spike in usage. So a minion builder would require a dock. It would require kitten. It would require resources, and it would require power. So it means that when you build a room, suddenly all your power will get drained because all of your minions are off doing their thing. Andy, that is a terrible fit, and I need to spend another half an hour with a knife. I'm pretty yeah. Let's have a look. Right, it doesn't come with the video. There we go. Like this. So you click, in this case, it's command. So here you go, build a canvas building 16 by 14 by 16. And then it goes blip. And then this happens. And then all the minions get their orders one by one by one by one by one by one by one. And then I got distracted apparently. Oh, I didn't have a jet boots. And they all fly and they start building it. And then I would need a way of rendering this many things in a better way than I do now. So they'd go away, they'd pick up a block, they'd fly over, they'd drop off the block, and then they'd fly back to base. And if there's another block to build, they would do that, and so on and so on and so on. It may even be that your base comes with one, and super build gets removed entirely. Super build super build is ridiculous. It's always been ridiculous, and it would be much cooler if super build worked like this from the beginning of the game. I feel. What a great typo. Good job, Adam. And they could also delete stuff too. But see the swarm of them descending on it. That's what I want to see. That would be totally sweet. Now, I doubt they would bother route finding as such. They might try and not bump into things. But actually route finding just means that sometimes the last block could never be placed because they've put some stuff in the way first. And that's obviously not ideal. So yeah, that's my thoughts. Won't be those graphics. Unrelated, I remembered we have a time lapse to watch. Ooh. Again, why do I have 2 blasted time lapses? I don't want to. Actually, let's watch the other one first. So, for some reason, Octoprint is doing 2 time lapses. This is the unstabilized time lapse. I like the way it doesn't work. That's my favourite part about that one. Amazing. There's nothing better than a program that can't play it picks it. Always use VLC. Right. Hope you're watching this. This is the unstabilized time lapse, which for some reason keeps enabling itself. And here is the stabilized time lapse. I am aware I still need to fix the lighting. Oh, that's so cool. I like that if you watch as well, you see the chain more or less from I've snapped a link already, and you can see that one going around. You can probably see Dora appearing there. It's also fun as I do this as the sun goes down. So Zebra, I would like to. So I've had this conversation again quite recently with someone in the forums. Again, what I want and what I can actually do are not always the same thing. Because people are complaining again, you can't make a fortress. I'm like, I know you can't make a fortress, but quite importantly, how would you? Like, genuinely, how would you do a fortress in a game like this? Oh, well, but it's called FortressCraft. Like, yeah, but that's not my bloody question, does it? It would be very cool if you had a series of requirements for your base that meant you couldn't just surround it in rock. So it's one of the things I brought up with Cryptic on Twitter. Not Cryptic, sorry, CPW. Is I can't just have it. I mean, it's obvious if you say it out loud, it is obvious. But if you don't say it out loud, it might not be quite so obvious. You know, you can't just have it so the player can surround their base with 20 meters of rock and not bother building any turrets. Just you can't do that. You can't have that as the game. It just would be crap. If nothing else, it would be crap. And people complain that it's boring, and the only way to win is to build loads of walls. And you know that's what they would do. We had someone in the Discord day 4 yesterday, I think it was, doing everything he could to not build turrets. He was planning on sinking a cargo line, a cargo elevator, directly downwards over his ore, so he didn't have to build a building any conveyor belts. And I'm like, right, but or build some turrets. And he was trying so hard not to build turrets, and it's that sort of problem I have to overcome, because people will quite happily play it in a bonkers way. And in this case, I tried to make clear, and I hope I did, that mostly, as I said, I don't really care whether you build turrets or not, but you are going to be there quite a while not building turrets. That isn't going to be something that is an enjoyable way of playing it. You haven't worked out some clever exploit. All you're doing is playing it wrong, and you will, at some point, well, either you'll realise this, and you've wasted loads of time, or you won't realise this, and you'll be like, oh god, this game is so boring and tedious. Oh my god. Oh. And it's usually the second one. People don't go, this is stupid. They go, oh, this is crap. Sadly. So I love the idea of it starting to implement reasons, and I'm not sure I can actually do this in time for FortressCraft 2, but I would love to. But to implement new reasons for the player to not build walls. Rooms, yes. Walls, no. Also reasons not to just build one big room. And that's already something I'm going to have to address, because right now I might have to make solar panels better so the mobs are something to attack, because otherwise people will just put everything inside a room. So I don't really want rooms to be blown up. So I haven't come up with a solution to that yet. I like the idea of waypoint systems, and I've already had some thoughts on that, because I've had some thoughts on some ground-based minions. I've got the models; they look great. And they look great. But they would require the player to essentially build walkways and ramps, and to quite literally make sure their base was sensibly laid out. As it stands, if I were to make it so mobs couldn't go through walls, no one would build turrets, they would just build 20 meters of rock. And when that rock got blown up, they'd just build another 10 meters of rock. But yeah, I have already thought about that idea. I need to actually look up a picture of this for a sec. Oh, did I close main? I did. Probably just be easier to find a video. It's literally the first mobs. I think aspect ratio and everything's a bit squishly. Yeah, I think they are literally twice as well as I thought they were. But sadly, one of the things I do have to do continuously is continuously guide them into playing the game right, or they will not enjoy themselves. Ramps are required for ground mobs. They would also encourage you to have a more horizontal base. They would also encourage you to have a more spread out base. It also means the route finding is inherently taken care of by the player, and it means you can't just wall the entire base in. So I'm going to try extending and drawing many different things. But possibly with waypoints, the mobs will fly straight at something or via a waypoint. It's hard to sort of judge. How I would do that. Like, so I was suggesting with the waypoints, the mobs won't route find if they can't, or that they'll prefer the waypoints. Because imagine a situation where you built a room, and you built a room into a cave. Now the mobs can't really sort of order sort the entire build queue. Maybe, but realistically they couldn't. What's your suggestion? Talk me through this. I like it. I'm just not sure what happens if the player doesn't build waypoints, builds stupid waypoints. Are you saying that if you build some... Yeah. So... Oh, let me try and explain here. Right. So here's your base. Here's a mountain. And you build a room in the mountain. So what would happen is the minions would start to burrow stuff out and then start to build. So they burrow this out. Oh, God. They burrow that stuff out just fine. No problems. And then they'd start to build. But they can build in any order whatsoever. But if they build this bit first, then they won't be able to build this. Waypoints don't help. They would have to go through the wall in order to do anything. And I'm not really sure what your suggestion is for that. More, and it's the same reason in Nomancer, gnomes will clip through stuff. Gnomes not getting stuck is far, far, far more important than gnomes looking correct. Gnomes looking correct is, you know, preferable, but not as important as them, you know, working. So I don't mind the idea of the waypoints, but they would have to be surely secondary to just clipping through the walls when we have to. I think I'm happy with this system though. I'm not very happy with the shader I'm using. Again, if I was actually going to take this into full game, I would use a much simpler shader which would get us more performance. That said, this has the weird situation of both requiring DX11 and, my God, will it run fast. But only because it uses DX11. Bush. Wow. Yeah, the weirdest thing about this is I don't have any way in this particular system of point. Determining how big something is or its height. So I just have to kind of just faff everything about. So I'm not going to do any more real work today. I'm just going to mess around with this because it makes me happy. Then I'm going to go to bed because I don't feel very well. Yeah, I did it. I said it. But this is quick and easy enough for me to add in more things that I would be happy to use it in anger, and in anger will be FortressCraft. This will mean that I will be implementing this system as opposed to the current one. So FortressCraft does already have a full non-game object supporting rendering system, and it's really good. It's not perfect. This one is better because it renders much faster. It even has a clever approach for lower quality shadows, if I so wanted to. In some cases you can get away with it. If the machine's basically a block, you can do really far shadows. These ones have the disadvantage they are cut out, so I've had to use the original shader. Well, let's see if I've... Oh. Well, that didn't work. I just like the one. I quite like the code I've got to make them bounce around. Right, now that should have been erroring at me, and I know why it's not working, but I'm not sure why it wasn't going, oh, no, wait, no, don't do that. So I haven't assigned this to the GPU prefab manager. So it doesn't know what this is. So we should have called get renderer, which calls set pos, which sets dirty. And then if dirty, that should call that one with the prototype, which we'll call that. Yeah, that's the performance boost I was talking about. It's right there, that line that sets the begin and end ones. So it's not how many I update, it's how far apart the highest and lowest index one that I update are. Because in 20 earlier, we did big chunks. It's things like that that will cause big. Yeah, runtime data is now return. Fat. I'm expecting it to error because I haven't hooked it up to the prefab manager. But here, if I breakpoint in, every third one should be the wrong type. Oh, okay. No, it's going to spawn them all. Wait, it's already spawned. Oh yeah, of course it has. Attached. Okay. Whilst the system I have implemented today is a little better than the Sub-City one, it's not a lot better. I don't think I have much scope in Nomancer for doing it. Nomancer would benefit much more from other systems because this is kind of geared towards systems that aren't that changey. Changey a word? I guess it is. So we're going to get the renderer. Cool. Is that null? What have you grabbed there? Right, so now I need to go to the okay, who are you? You are the Bush GPU prefab. That's fine. But the GPU system does not know what you are, so that's not no. Wait, tree? Bush G. Okay, so it appears that the GPU system just goes, yeah, that's fine. Fine. I will add it then. That's annoying. I can't trap if I forget to add it to the GPU instance. So it just goes, yeah, that's fine. And then promptly, I don't know what it does, controls somewhat random. Unity, I'd like to go now. Ah, so now it's actually complaining at me. Error, missing prefab on Bush GPU. Oh, yes, so it is. It's important to make sure that when I screw up, my code goes, Adam, yeah, screwed up. Awesome. I mean, they're at the wrong height. I'm going to try something, though. Minus 0.2. Did I not get that wrong? I'm sure I didn't. But yeah, I'll be pulling this system into FortressCraft next week. I don't think there's much else I need to do. It supports high frequency updates, it supports low frequency updates. It doesn't support threaded updates, but Unity itself is really bad at dealing with this. On the bright side, I haven't altered the GPU code at all. So if they update their system, I can just update it, my one, and I'm interacting without messing around with it. So that's good. Not sure why the bush. Let me just reduce that back to 1.2 or something. Oh. That should be LRY. A little confused. I think the trees were actually into the ground. That's pretty cool. It's ironic to think that what I've slapped out here took 20 people 18 months to achieve back in 84. And again, if you actually look at what Space Harrier is genuinely pushing to the screen, genuinely, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Skip to a busy bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, maybe. I'm chucking around 100,000. Again here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And it's crazy to think how much things have come on since these days. I mean, I haven't even tried hard. I mean, these guys would have sweated blood and tears to get this level of performance out of it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I was to guess how many it feels like, I would have said 40 or 50 things on screen. But it's not. It's not even close, is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, the same hardware was used in Galaxy Force 2. It's not a game I've played. Now, this was the... Oh, Jesus Christ, that is a mess. Look at the state of that. Actually, wait, do I just have this on the... Because I had MAME up a minute ago. I might just have it. I've literally never played it. Galaxy Force 2. Oh. Well, I ain't playing it now because apparently I don't have the ROMs for it. Now, Bakir, yeah. So this is the same hardware as Afterburner. I'm not sure if it's the same as Space Harrier. I think Afterburner had a second scalar chip for the ground, I think. Got that popping. But we're looking at, again, I would be shocked if there are genuinely more than about 60 sprites on screen. They did so much with so. But here you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Probably saying that you've got 20 there. And those same sprites to the floor and the ground. But this was pushing that superscalar hardware to the absolute limits of what it could do. That's impressive, though. I'd love to do a game with that look. I don't know if there's any market for it, but I'd love to take what I've got here and just draw... I could do, and it would just work. I could just draw tons of sprites in a straight line and make a corridor. I don't know how many, but yeah. Again, that looks like a lot until you realise that's just what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. That's 17 or 18 rings. And the draw distance is obviously utterly nothing. They did an incredible job. I don't mean to belittle what they've done. They did an incredible job with so little. That's the thing. They were so... Oh, this is a much better quality edition. Looking at this one. So no bosses. Did it just go to the end? Again, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. About 20. Plus. Yeah, probably again at maximum 64 scaled sprites, which was an insane amount. And we're obviously shoving around, 100,000. Actually, that looks like a lot of sprites, but a funny feeling that might be one. They got 4 there, 2 there, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Plus the scales. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's so clever, it really is. Just that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm just about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Todd reckons that Afterburner had more, but let's have a look. I like watching brand new 60 frames a second videos because there's so much better quality. But again, here we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23. It's 32. It's going to be 32. I guarantee you there's bang on 30 sprites to the ground there. And here, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's about 10. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's a... One, two, I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 27, 28, 29, 30. Maybe a bit more than 30. I'm fairly sure Afterburner 2 had 2 copies, essentially, of the hardware of Space Harrier. Don't quote me on that. I'm not going to say I'm the expert. They also did a good job of it being quite hard to tell where they started and finished. Like here, you can't really tell. Yeah, there you go. So that looks like lots of sprites, but it's probably just one sprite with lots of bits on it. Super clever people, and I tip my hat to them. Me on the other hand, it's weird when 640 by 480 looks retro, isn't it? I'm just going to stream until this print finishes, by the way, and then I am going to... I will be stopping the stream, going to bed. I have achieved what I want to do for today. I am extremely happy with the performance of this new system. And I'll be using this system in all future games. And the important thing is I can now jam them in very quickly into the scene. I can now... Let's prove that. Let's prove that. Let's take the bush prefab. We'll make a... Sorry, I got distracted there. Doesn't count if you were timing me. I have had some issues with my car. For those of you who have got cars, I took it into the garage, got a very expensive quote, got a much cheaper quote, took it there. On the way there, my car started to smell. Shortly after, I gave my car a little bit of beans. I just gave it a push. I went, wee. And then it started to smell. And I got a video back from the guy who looked at it. Goes, yeah, he goes, basically, your oil cap wasn't put back on. I was like, oh, shit. You know, I can see how that would have happened. It's an honest mistake. So I went back to the garage, who gave me the outrageous quote, and went, you didn't put the oil cap on. And they just come back to me saying, oh no, we didn't take it off. It was a visual inspection. I'm like, right, so what happened is this guy's trying to tell me that the oil cap just happened to fall off. And my car just happened to pour smoke out after they looked at it. Complete coincidence. Now, there's not much. This is the point where it's a he said, she said sort of thing, unfortunately. Because the garage will say, no, we didn't. I can't prove that they did and it wasn't me. I mean, there's no way I could possibly prove that. So I'm stuck in a situation where I have got... Well, thankfully, I've kind of fixed the issue myself, but with some brake parts clean, I'm just a bit pissed off that I paid them 70 quid for the privilege of saying it will cost you a fortune, and they took the oil cap off. I mean, of course they took the fucking oil cap off. Unless it's the dip switch, No, it's not the dip. It's the oil. But I don't know what to do at this point. Unfortunately, I kind of would like them to pay to get my engine steam cleaned. I'd rather like them to get the money back. And it's a bit weird that they're just like, no, it's just complete coincidence. I'm like, but unfortunately, I don't have footage of arriving at the place, having left the garage, and then smoke coming out of it. And obviously, I didn't take the bloody oil cap off. Why would I do that? That should probably be it. Okay, missing prefab on rock prefab. Yep, excellent. That is correct. I think I need to save as a prefab, apply it and reapply it. I'm also allocating an enormous amount of RAM for this. I think they were probably higher. That's cool. It makes me happy though that I can just do this. Actually, Brian, interesting you should say that. There was a sign in the foyer that says, due to the Data Protection Act, and I'm like, they request you turn your dash cam off, and if you don't, they will turn it off for you. Now, even if I had one, realistically, it wouldn't have helped because it wouldn't have been pointed at the engine bay. And obviously, when you get your car back, the first thing you don't just do is look underneath it and make sure the oil cap's on. But yeah, a dash cam wouldn't have. It's a rear engine car, so it wouldn't have helped at all. But yeah, I can't really do much apart from maybe come back with a. Are you saying you're telling me that you think the oil cap randomly fell off, or that I might be making this up? Which I guess from their point of view, they don't know. But yeah, my Impreza has got a dash cam on it, and that garage doesn't mandate it. It's a bit of an odd thing, given that there have been circumstances where people have taken cars for a spin, shall we say. But it's an odd one to invoke the Data Protection Act. So I'm like, I don't think that applies here. Ah, right. That's the one I forgot to upload. I've still got the cap, because the cap didn't fall out. The cap just fell down the side. I'll tell you what I'll do. If I copy it across here. So I can show you, because I actually have a video, except by my mechanic, because I didn't look, of what happened. So basically he's been covered in oil. This is the engine cover. There's the oil cap there, where it should be. It's fallen down inside there. I thought it might be the dipstick. But the problem is it's plastered the engine in oil, thankfully not the same size as the turbo, and it's plastered this cover in oil as well. But it's a bit weird, they've come back to me and said, we didn't take it off. I'm like, then you knocked it, or there's no way on this earth, it just happened to happen after I took it to your garage. It's just, you can't, I'm annoyed that they haven't just gone, we're really sorry that this happened, we don't see how. Please take a refund, and we will, and here is £50 towards get your engine clean. Because all I'm going to do now is tell everyone, you bunch of fucks, don't go to these guys. Because all I'm going to do now is post in my local smart owners group saying, I've got this issue with my local smart garage that I went to. Does anyone have any advice? It doesn't matter whether they're in the right or the wrong. All they're going to see is me linking a video of a car having dumped its oil contents all over itself and go, you know what? That's not very good. Interesting. The flying ones, I can see my. You know, I don't know what that means. It says use culling for shadows. How I think that's has really good help. So. I want use culling for shadows. Okay. But the shadows are disappearing. If I turn off use thrust from culling, then the shadows stop disappearing. I turn it back on. I wonder if this is just more like a bug in the way I'm creating them. It's not doing it now. Let me retick, use culling for shadows. Now they're disappearing. Untick, use culling for shadows. What does it say? It just says that this will prevent shadow popping, but it actually needs to make it better, not worse. So I'll leave it this way then. Now the only thing I'm going to try and do briefly, and I am beginning to feel a bit run down. I'll try something else. Brian, it's more that, let's assume for a moment that they are correct. They didn't touch the oil cap. What are the other options? I didn't touch it. The guy that fixed my car... Well, I don't know for a fact, 100% fact, you see, that the oil cap was off when I gave the car to my mechanic, okay? All I know is that I'd arrived at the destination, the car had smoke coming out of it, the car smelled extremely bad, and the car was dripping oil all over the floor. Those are the facts I do know. I do not know for a fact the oil cap was not put back on properly at that point. It is possible my mechanic did that. I cannot state that for a fact. I thought that the sump had gone. That's what I thought the smell and the oil was. But the sump had not gone. The sump had nearly gone, but the sump was still intact. So I do not understand at what circumstance between me getting my car back home, back from the garage that didn't open the oil cap, and me driving the car to my mechanic, why the oil came out if my previous garage did not do it. I am unable to work out any circumstance under which that is the case. It doesn't matter who did the last oil change, because the last oil change was, let us say, a year ago, for sake of argument. It is possible, but not very likely, that I have been driving around with a loose oil cap for somewhere between 6 and 12 months, and it popped off the day after, or was it the same day? I can't remember. It popped off after the garage who did extensive inspection of the car looked at it. Unfortunately, my next step would be to go to the small claims court. It's just not worth my brain. Ironically, the guy who did the last... No, different people did the last oil change anyway. But it's been on there for probably a year. Probably a year since I changed the oil. What am I out? Mostly what I'm out is the 70 quid it cost me for them to look at the car and give me a quote of nearly £2,000 to fix it. Plus, I mean, realistically, I've just poured brake part cleaner on there and then rinsed it. It's partly the principle of the thing. My mechanic is 5 miles away from me. If my mechanic was 15 miles away from me, or 20 miles away from me, this would have been a very different story. Because all the oil would have come out. That oil could easily have caught fire. I could then be running the engine with no oil in it. Like, the potential, what could have gone wrong, could have been really rather bad. Dora, get off the keyboard. You can lay on. You can go anywhere you like in the house, apart from this 2 square feet. And I know that's the only place you want to go. But yeah, money-wise, I'm out. Well, I'm not out anything. The oil had to be replaced because the sump did get replaced. The sump was just fucked. It was utterly fucked. I mean, it was oozing oil. But that's all right. That needs to be down here, that's why. But I don't really want to guess what would have happened if I had... I mean, if I hadn't noticed and I said, oh, fuck it, I'll drive it. Well, yeah, I guess worst case scenario was I could have died. I don't know, I think it's fairly unlikely. But, yeah. Now, what does that set? Variation data. Well, the thing is, if I was on the motorway, I probably wouldn't have noticed. The only reason I noticed was I was in traffic. I noticed the burning spell when I was a mile. It was only when I just got there, smoke was beginning. That's not the point. The point is, I shouldn't have been in a situation where I'm like, Remember, I knew the sump was at the end of its life. I was expecting a little bit of horror. If I was on the motorway, rear engine car, remember, I doubt I would have smelled the smoke. I might not have noticed it because the car's a slightly bizarre design. It's more likely I would have noticed a bit late. That should work. Don't get me wrong. If a car is burning and smoking, you should stop. But I wasn't necessarily confident if I stopped the car, it was going to start again. Hence, I'm only a mile away. I'll carry on. But yeah, actually, you are being very pragmatic. So actual net outness, not really anything. This isn't working. I don't know why. Oh, I. Definitely not I. No, this is why I don't think it was replaced properly. The smoke and smell started after I pulled away from the lights quickly, which would be when the oil is under the most pressure, which would be the point I think the cap popped off. So I think the cap popped off a mile and a half, at maybe 2 miles from the mechanic. And I think I noticed the smell not 300 yards later. I remember when I accelerated, and I remember where the smell was. So it was quite close. But that's the point at which I'm like, oh shit, this is an unhappy car now. Why is this not working? As I said though, on the motorway, I don't think I would have noticed the there's just something silly going on there. I'm not a total idiot. I wouldn't have obviously booted it after it's... At that point, I just mollycoddled it. Why isn't this working? I really like the movement I've given them though. Why is the colour not working? So this needs to work. This is important. I know I'm only messing around, but this needs to work. The colour sets the variation data, which is a list of colours. This is a set of variation. Is it just there? Ah. Oh. Let me guess. This is going to work, but not support cutout. What a surprise. Mostly though, I want the garage to give me some money. But anyway, I've mentioned it to my guy and see what he suggests, because it is obviously a he said she said. Yeah, that would be nice, actually. As I said, I'm surprised they're arguing the toss. Seriously, I am, because all I'm going to do is go to my local owners group and say, "Hey guys, I've had this happen. What do you think?" And it's not like anyone's going to go, "You know what, Adam, you're in the wrong and the garage is in the right." All they're going to take away from that is God, how do I do this? All they're going to take away from that is that that garage fucked up. Because it's hard to argue a situation where it's not the garages that's fucked up. Do we have a cutout shade? I bet we don't. Haven't you ever just wanted to pay me to go away? There's a whole bunch of keywords I need to flip on. The problem is, when I try and find this, I just always find people asking the same problem. I just want the solution. They said they didn't check the oil. Which is possible, as I said, but I do not understand how you could not have checked the oil and the next thing that happens to that car is the oil cap falls off. It might be a coincidence. It is possible it is a coincidence. because they were going to change the oil. I essentially said to them, no, thank you, I don't want you to. No, that's not right. That's transparent. You're a fucking moron. No. Well, they didn't do anything. They charged me a lot of money and showed me a bunch of stuff wrong with the car, which is acceptable. That's the one. Alpha test : cut off. But they didn't do anything. They simply inspected the car and then gave me a extremely long list of things wrong with it and gave me a quote, which was somewhat more than the car is worth. It's definitely more than the car's worth. It's not even funny. So I said, no, thank you, I'll have it back. And then I got another quote from someone of under a third of the price, which is the one I decided to go with. Alpha text. Oh, I've just copied the wrong thing, that's all. Derpa. That one. Again, I suspect they would have when they drained it, but they hadn't drained the oil. As I said, I just struggled to find a situation where they could say with a straight face, it wasn't us, we didn't take the cap off. It just happened to happen when you got it home. I just don't really understand how you could say that and have anyone go, it just happened. Yeah, just total coincidence. Can you believe it? Well, around here we've got the National Railway Museum, if you like trains, with some of the best trains in the world, or at least the best trains in Europe. We've got the Jorvik Viking Museum. We've got the Leeds Royal Armoury. I mean, honestly, you asked this like you could come here and then go to the arcade and do anything else. I went to our other branch yesterday to see my sister who lives near there, and I was there like 6 hours and I barely got to play anything. There's just too much. I played Kung Fu Master. I like that one. Played a bunch of Discs of Tron. But if you actually play a game, you actually want to play a game for a bit, you realise quite quickly that there ain't enough time in the day. But there's loads of stuff. I say, if you like trains or weapons, the National Railway Museum and the and the Royal Armoury are world class. Absolutely world class. My sister's good, thank you. She caught up because she had some stuff from Mum's loft. So caught up. I haven't seen her. I don't, even though she lives just down the road, I don't actually get to see her very much. It doesn't matter. So the arcade, we've tried very hard not just to do stuff that only appeals to basically old man nerds. It's very important that it appeals to everyone wherever possible. And it is totally awesome. There's also a lot of modern machines there, a lot of modern Japanese machines, a lot of what's it called? fuck's sake, I can't even finish my thought of what it's like. Stuff like basketball and air hockey and ping pong and the one with the lever and the ball and ones with and light gun games and just so much stuff. Also, I mean, fundamentally, everybody likes the racing games and the light gun games. It doesn't matter because you don't need to be in computer games for that. Do I have photos? What would you like photos of, Antrax? Zebra should remain. I mean, you'll need to get a probably an Ester, but an Ester from European countries should be just a question of ticking a box. But Brian, the game is called Ice Cold Beer. Feel free to look it up. Color variants cut out. It's so weird. It's doing everything apart from actually being transparent. Like it is, and it's also not. Yeah, I did a video on my channel. But the other arcade. Yeah. Pictures just don't do it justice. No, it's just insane and a bit dirty in that photo. Now, I think there's 250 cabs there, and it just goes on. It's just enormous. It's just properly huge. Look, there's a photo before it opened, with loads of 4-gang plugs everywhere. Doesn't look like that now. It's absolutely just brilliant. But yeah, I did a video of it, if you don't mind watching my face. I need to update it because it's really out of date now because we've changed so much. Yeah, watch the video. It's huge. It's also everything's free to play, which is important too. I'm trying to work out what I've done wrong in this shader. It's really odd. Oh, I really hate the way I can't just find a working one. Just people. I need to find someone with a solution where someone gave a correct answer to. But I'm sure it's alpha test : cutoff is the. Wait, what is this guy doing? So he just said this is the alpha test shader, which is good, but then he's He's multiplying the output alpha by the input alpha multiplied by the cutoff. Well, that doesn't make any sense. If your cutoff is 0.5, it will... But I'm doing alpha test colon cutoff as my pragma. Unless it's got to be on this line here, but I wouldn't have thought so. I'm taking it. What the? Fine. That doesn't make any sense, but hooray, I fixed it. Tomorrow I'm taking the Scooby. Yeah. I have fresh new brake pads on it. I still need to do a little bit of work on it tonight because I've got to... I still haven't quite worked out the plan. Actually, I want as low as possible, don't I? Yeah, I still need to top up the water, top up the oil, take the crap out the boot. I need to empty the... no, mine's wired in. I need to actually empty them, though. Wait, are you serious? Do you want to watch me spin my car on track? Sure. A surprisingly few number of these. And is it my channel I put it on? Yeah, there we go. I think it's this one. Had to let the GTR pass, much faster than me. You mean like that? What happened here is I made the silly mistake. So I hit red line in fourth at about here. And I decided to change into fifth. So I went fourth, fifth, fourth. Got distracted. Should have just basically popped the clutch in, coasted it around. It's a terrible line as well. The turn in is actually here. That's where you turn in. It's straight. I basically, what I did is I went fifth, etc. Then I went back into fourth too soon. Brought the clutch up too soon. Revs couldn't raise in time. I don't have a lightened flywheel. But that's the fastest bit of the track. And there's another car right behind me. And when I went back out for my next session, the guy went, I know it's a rally car, mate, but try and keep it on the track, eh? I was like, sorry, I didn't mean to. I mean, that's 110 miles an hour at that point. That's quite a fast point to be spinning the car. Okay, so this is good. So we've got shadow casting pass, we've got a colorization pass, we have got great performance. I'm really quite happy with this. I might actually just link to the Discord in case anybody wants to see what frame rate they get. not quite that fast. I did keep it out of the sand. Yeah, it's surprising how quickly. I'm not joking. We might be able to actually tell from the video. To be fair, this was my first track day in this car. I'd only been out on track 3 minutes, and I'm giving it everything it's got. No, the tyres were not warm at this point. I've now got a tyre monitor, but I was doing probably 100. Brake, brake, brake. Fourth, wheels lock up. I also hadn't engaged the full diff lock as well. So, fail all round on my part, you know. But that was my first track day in that car. Now I've got, say, temperature monitors for the tyres. I've got pressure monitors for the tyres. I have a lot more experience. It's still quite a scary track. It's a proper F1 track. It's good. I like it. But yeah, I will have my helmet cam and my dash cam as well. Just one thing I want to tweet, just because I can. Then I'm gonna stop and somehow do a combination of go and sleep and do everything I need to do for tomorrow. Because of course, when I sorted the track day, I wasn't ill. I was a happy, free, healthy young man. Now I am an old man with a headache and a lack of sleep. And now I've booked it. I've paid for it. It's my birthday. I've got to go. But realistically, I don't really want to. I've got to be up at like 6 o'clock tomorrow to stop. Oh, did that screw up at the start then? Oh, that's a bug. Yeah, because it's I. Should have been X-Spawn. Or want to do it quicker, it should have been LID. Well, if Michael Schumacher crashed there, that's fine, I did. That is cool. That's fast as well. Now I'm running on a 75 Hz monitor, which helps. This will probably look amazing at 144. I suspect Michael Schumacher was probably doing a bit more than 100 miles an hour at the end of it. That's the one problem with the gearing in my car. There's no track in the UK where I could get into fifth. There's just a bunch of tracks where I can, yeah, fifth, fourth. But I'm not going to bother. What I'll do is I'll just redline it in fourth for a few seconds. Or just go random. Or try and get into fourth much. Or get a lot sooner and get to fifth much. Oh. Oh dear. Well, that's interesting. perhaps we will be revisiting this next week then. Oh, wait, hold on. Error. What? I don't understand. It's broken. It was running. I'm like, cool, let's build that. It went, nope. Error next free. Is the map thread ticking too soon? So much for... Oh, I'm done now. Okay, so that's no. We're spawning a bush. Our instance is set. Excuse me. Slot used is set. Oh. Is it really in start? It might be just... So I made a build, which I think Unity executes scripts whatever order it feels like, and your code should be independent. Ah, there we go. But it wasn't independent because I'm a fail. Well, let's make a build and see if it works. That was really odd. So making the build caused the order of the scripts to alter, which meant that the thread was starting up a frame before it was allowed to. So now I'm getting 400 frames per second. all I'm going to do, one more tweak, I promise. I'm just going to smooth the frame rate a bunch. Well, Daedalus, I have two answers for you. The first answer is, you're too late, I've just finished. The second answer is, if you rewind to the beginning of the video, I told you. But you're on Twitch, so you can't. If you go to YouTube and you go to the beginning of the video, it will tell you. But short version, I have written some technology today to draw a lot of stuff very quickly. Now, at the beginning of the day, I could draw about 10,000 things at 8 frames a second. And now I can draw 100,000 at 400 frames per second. But this has purely been a technical exercise. It should, touch wood, just drop into future projects. So I will begin to retrofit this into other things. When someone has confirmed to me that FortressCraft 2's progression is now usable, I will be spending more time making FortressCraft 2 look good. Todd and I have come to the agreement. Todd has told me, and I've agreed, that we need to focus more on... Good Lord. We need to focus more on screenshots and trailers. We need to make people... We need more Patreons. And to achieve more Patreons literally involves more nice, more pretty. Oh, it's 20 megs. That's a shame. It's too big for Discord. I wonder what any of those mean. Pretty means for every week I spend making FortressCraft 2 look pretty is a week less worth of implementation of gameplay. Sure you like pretty? Amazing, it's almost exactly the same size. I should probably actually sort out getting whatever it is, Nitro. I don't have an easy drag and drop place to stick it for the minute, so I am going to call it there. So thank you if you're watching. This was more considered sort of an exercise in learning how to do something. I've now got a much improved system that is game agnostic, and that's really important. I can drop this into any future game without any issues whatsoever. The only issue is eventually you just start growing too much. Yes, Daedalus, I mean, that's my issue as well. But Todd and I have learned this the hard way. As we all know, Satisfactory did not get purchased on the strength of its gameplay. In fact, Satisfactory got bought, same as Factorio, on its trailer. No one looked at Factory and went, wow, this is going to be better than Factorio and FortressCraft put together. They went, goodness me, that looks pretty. Which it does. Yeah, Zebra, don't people stars something... I've lost track of... everything. Like, people donate boosts for time. I don't really know what it's all about. I've not bothered. It keeps popping up massive dialogue boxes and I go, yeah, but like, let's just assume I want to see what the gifts are. But, right, you and the community can work together. Right, this doesn't really help me. Like, I don't know anyone who's uses Discord, whatever the fuck it's called, Nitro. Click on the server boost button within the server settings drop down menu. Oh yeah, I found it now. I like they had to tell me where it was. Get cool rewards for becoming a booster. Like, let me get this straight. At some point, I had to put money into this, right? Like, this isn't a tweet about us or follow us or Facebook. You need to put money into it. I mean, that's something. Oh, we are level 1. What? No, we're not. So I would need. Fuck me, we need 17 boosts a month, a week. I'm clever. I try to be clever, but I don't understand how this works. So 17 people need to boost us. And that means 17 people... Let me get this straight. $170 a month. Am I misunderstanding? I think I know why we don't have it. Because I was thinking, well, maybe I could just purchase it on the Projector Games money, but you've got to be joking. If the server is running low on server boost fuel and loses a level... Oh my god. Level 3 is 30 boosts. Oh, maybe that's $300. And we get a vanity aura. Wow. Yeah, but... Yeah, does anybody care? I mean, I can do. I can put it in my dock. I don't think anybody really cares. It's one of those that, again, sorry, drive. If people, it's mostly if patrons say to me, "Hey Adam, you should do this," I will. But I don't think anyone cares. Because I do pay for my Google Drive. Because I quite like the mixer idea that essentially says, look, you earn a small amount of tokens just by being here. Spend them freely, and then you might go, you know what, I really enjoy spending them. Now I just want the get a shareable link. Oh, for heaven's sake. Get a shareable link. Copy. I tell you what, though. I will make that as a patron exclusive idea. Good plan. So I've linked that in the Zebra channel. No, I haven't. I have linked that in the Patreon channel. And I have got stuff I have to do, I'm afraid. So, thank you once again for watching. Please remember, patronage is what keeps FortressCraft going. If you are a patron, thank you so much. I should be streaming, no matter, it should be Monday. I will consider implementing this system into FortressCraft on Tuesday and just giving it a hammering. Just really spawn a Christmas tree on every single block in the world. Just see what happens. Thank you very much for supporting me. Thank you very much for watching me. Thank you for keeping company. And I am going to go and look at the tree supports and put oil in my car. And then I'm going to bed. My life's rock and roll. I love it. Thanks once again, guys. Talk to you next week.